Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Graham Hall!
The silencer, Jeff Smith!
People were cheering.
Game's up.
That is special.
It's Tom Sykes!
African warrior, Devon Peterson!
Well, look at this from Zeboom. Oh, that is ridiculously good.
That's perfect. I was Dart 3. Special is what that is.
Still 16. For a breakthrough throw.
He looks nervy, looks jittery. But boy, what a finish that is.
Poulsen has to take this. He could take this. Oh, that's superb.
Well, what a shot that is by Carl Wilson.
Good morning, welcome along. It's day 4 of the ADC Global Championship here in Portsmouth, and at the halfway point of the first stage of group action. Group 4 gets underway this morning, and we're watching all of the action in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson. And yesterday we saw Group 3 get underway and also come to a close, and we saw the Kenyan Peter Rituri make it through.
Yeah, he played some really good stuff at times. Won his first couple of games with some very decent numbers as well. In the middle of the day, it felt like people were starting to figure him out and they were lifting their levels. But by the end of the day, getting second position, I think Peter should be very proud of his efforts, because we're going to see him again in the coming days, which we're all excited about.
Yeah, Peter Rituri is going to be back next week for stage 2. Ricardo Ham actually won every single game in that group. Shane Turner and Phil Johnson hailed the other players to make it through. Brandon Winning and Adam Moll, perhaps two players that were a little bit of a surprise not to make it out of that group. They're going to have to go again next year. But Ricardo, there was some steady stuff in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, very impressed with him yesterday. He's kept this trend going as well, that someone is winning all of their games this week. So it's been Tom Sykes, Johnny Haynes and Ricardo Ham. I will say on the record that I think that's the best I've seen Ricardo play. And if he's going to play like that, he's going to cause people a lot of problems. So his confidence probably has never been as good as it is today.
Well, Group 4 gets underway this morning. These are the players in action. Carl Wilson and Adam Leake, I suppose, the two big names in there. I know we've seen even Springborg, Poulsen and Zereso, Zeboom here before, but Carl's a player I know that you rate really highly.
I just like his work ethic, and I love his mindset as well. He's worked really hard on his game over the last 2 or 3 years. He's concentrated his efforts in East Sussex around Uckfield and Tunbridge Wells, and he's found some confidence, and he's been rolling with it like a very slow snowball down the hill, and he's ready to do something. I just don't know what he's capable of. I mean that in a good sense, because we thought that maybe 2025 he'd win a night here at the Modus Super Series. But he might be like someone like Richie Edhouse, who'll just go massive for the first big win. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins the whole thing.
What of Adam Leake? We saw him come in as a substitute at the Super Series not too long ago, quit himself very, very well. He's made the journey over from Australia, and he's got pedigree, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got pedigree, and he's got a nice, relaxed attitude as well, which he's going to need for a long day today. And now that he's the sole person carrying the flag for Australia after Brandon Weaning lost out yesterday, he'll be able to take that responsibility and run with it. I will expect Adam to get some points on the board early today and put himself in a very comfortable position.
Nico, thank you very much. Right, let's get the action underway. Then Group 4 is about to start, and we kick off with a meeting between Zereso, Zeboom and Jimmy Bristow. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way to the commentary box for our opening match of the session, and he's going to be alongside Niall McCall. Morning, Niall.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of the ADC Global Championship. It's Day 4, and another 4 players will make their way through to the knockout phase of the tournament. And with that, come the close of play today, we'll have a fully formed top half of the draw. Things are starting to take shape now. And with these two kicking us off, Zereso Zeboom has graced this stage before. Jimmy Bristow not so. This is new for him, and he's first on. Turned up to the venue about 8 o'clock this morning. Jimmy, who hails from the West Country.
Zereso to throw first.
And this man, well, is he Lancastrian?
Game on.
Is he a Yorkshireman? He's just Northern, but he's one of the best. Paul Hinks taking charge of this opening contest. And for Zeboom,
45.
he qualified for this global championship by virtue of being second in the Western regional rankings of the ADC, ahead of Timothy Verbruwer, the Belgian, who's already booked his spot. Wesley Van Tripe, who plays tomorrow here
96.
in Portsmouth, and then Stijn de Klerk, the Belgian, who has also booked his place through. Patrick Decker is top of the Western regional rankings. He
57.
will play in a couple of days' time. So he's in good company in those Western regional rankings.
140.
And for Jimmy Bristow, qualified through the last chance qualifier for this tournament in the southern section. And speaking of
100.
last chances, Paul Nicholson, that's probably how these players are going to have to treat today, because if you don't get it done today, you're going home.
25.
Yeah, using that urgency is something that can definitely benefit you. We've seen some players this week
78.
who have maybe played better because they know they only have 1 day as opposed to 2 or 3, which of course the Modus Super Series
139.
gives you. But I am ecstatic to see that Zeboom is running with the nickname ZZ Boom.
140.
I mean, that's a proper nickname, isn't it?
56.
If you're going to carve out an image in this sport, do it properly. But don't do that.
24.
That would have been a proper way to start as well. But this would be good from Bristow if against the throw. Oh, well, he's done the same thing.
43.
He's looking at the ball to get himself out of that sticky situation. Double 16.
Getting
And
shot on the first
dart,
leg.
Zeboom takes it,
Zeboom.
takes the opening leg.
Second leg,
You could
Jimmy to
say
throw
he's
first.
wearing a ZZ
Game
top.
on.
But yeah, what a great name, Zeboom. And Bristow's a pretty good name as well. It's got darting pedigree.
134.
No relation, of course, to the great Eric, but not a bad surname to carry.
I think on
96.
some level it might carry a little bit of pressure, because if he were to go and have a really good day today, if
100.
column inches were written, they'd say, oh, it's the next Bristow. Well, he wants to be the first Jimmy Bristow.
43.
It's one of those things, isn't it? If your name is Taylor, for instance, in this sport, well, people are going to think of Phil.
100.
If your name is Lowe, you're going to think of John. Now, it's funny that, because all of those names have had secondary players.
44.
Jason Lowe from Cradley Heath,
167.
Jimmy Bristow, and there are other examples of that.
127.
Well, he knocked off the 7 to make it a nice round number, but he's managed to find the second treble 20 tops left for Bristow, who had a chance to pinch the
85.
opening
Jimmy
leg,
Carr,
didn't.
40.
Zeboom managed to hold throw. He's got far more cushion here, and he's got one more at double 10.
Getting shot on the second leg, Jimmy Bristow.
Well, this is an impressive start from Jimmy Bristow. Yes, it's only one
Third
apiece,
leg,
but
Zereso to throw
considering
first.
he's not really
Game
had
on.
loads of time to get used to the venue, to get used to playing on the stage. We saw it yesterday with Bill Johnson-Hale, who turned up. He couldn't get the smile off of his face.
60.
And sometimes there's a lot to be said for just embracing the occasion and enjoying it.
Absolutely. And I think when you've played as much ADC darts as Jimmy
97.
has, it's all been building towards this. It's a big occasion for him, but let's face it, what kind of pressure's on him in this
55.
group? Not as much as others. So why don't you just go out there, show us what you can do, and enjoy the day and see where it takes you.
Does it matter
99.
in a way that he's qualified through a last chance qualifier? Because even the name last chance qualifier
57.
feels dangerous. There's a bit of jeopardy attached to it. But there may be two schools of thought with that. Either, oh, I'm lucky to be here, so I'm going to enjoy it, or
64.
I've worked hard for my chance, so I'm going to make the most of it.
41.
Speak to anybody who has won a qualifier to get into a world championship and done really well. They will think that they have worked hard to get there.
140.
Bobby George is someone who's made it through a qualifier and had a massive run at a World Championship. Keith Deller was the same. He had to qualify. It's the line that came from
96,
Waddell back in
Jimmy Carr,
83. He had to
101.
qualify to get here. We could be saying that about Jimmy Bristow on January the 4th.
54. Jimmy Carr,
I'm getting
47.
serious Matthew Dennett vibes from Jimmy. And I mean that in the best possible way.
15.
Well,
Zereso
Boom
Car,
is looking to take the
112.
lead once again. Can't stray right here. It's right in the middle. Double 16 for a 2-1 lead.
80.
You will see
Car,
over the course of the day
36.
his darts land sideways. It's just how he plays.
Getting shown the
But
third
he's
leg,
2-1
Jimmy
down.
Bristow.
These guys are not hanging around.
Fourth leg,
And
Jimmy to
quite
third
frankly,
first. Game on.
most of the players today will not hang around. And that also includes Joanne Oldershaw, who we will see in the second game against the big man from Wiltshire, Stuart Dutton,
58.
nicknamed Lurch. Another great nickname.
59.
Plenty of air miles combined across the players represented here at the ADC Global Championship.
140.
Plenty of nautical miles as well. In the case of Steve DeBuck, who yesterday arrived in Portsmouth at 6
95.
o'clock in the morning, straight off the ferry and walked to the venue. Unfortunately, it didn't help his darts because he ended up below the
47.
fabled dotted line. But still, no doubting the endeavour of some of these players. Zeboom from Rotterdam in the
99.
Netherlands. Ricardo Ham from the same city. He qualified top of the group. Didn't lose a game yesterday. And then, of course,
100.
we've got Danes. We've got Aussies.
Oh, you can't miss Adam today.
60.
Just
Jimmy
wait
Carr,
till you see that dart
156.
shirt. Look at this shot. You'd be disappointed not to get that second
100.
treble. But look on the bright side, Jimmy. You are returning.
Why
Boom.
not? Yeah, why not go for it?
Jimmy Carr, 56.
Bristow to render it pretty much meaningless. Double 10.
36.
Might we have a level
Car,
game
8.
again here. That maximum. Giving him a shot at double 4. Now double 2.
4. Jimmy Carr, 20.
Last chance. And right in the
Shot
corner
the
as
fourth
well.
leg, Jimmy
He'll take
Bristow.
it. Looking to get his first win on this stage and his first
Fifth
2
leg,
points
Zereso
in
to
this
third
fourth
first.
group of the
Game
week.
on.
I think this format is fantastic. I think they've all got a
100.
great amount of games to get enough points to get through to the next stage. You've got 6 matches over the course of 7 hours or so.
58.
If you can't get it done, you've got nobody to blame but yourself. It's not like playing at a
43.
knockout world championship where it's one game and in or out. That might take as little as, well, in the case of James
81.
Wilson against Michael Van Gerwen at the world championship once, he didn't get a leg. Michael won 12-0. That was over in about 30 minutes.
140.
Yeah, it's not one and done. But it is one day and potentially done, and pacing will be important.
97.
Because each player will have the opportunity to get up there again quickly. One game off and then back on again. But also every
58.
player has to sit 4 games out in the practice room. And sometimes that can throw your rhythm askew.
Treat it like any other tournament.
95. Zereso Car, 160.
Play when you're asked to play. Okay, how about tops?
Getting shot on the fifth leg,
Here we go
Zereso
again,
Liverpool.
because yesterday we had an inordinate amount of ton-plus finishes.
6 leg,
but-
Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
We didn't get much of stuff like that. That was a ZZ boom.
140.
Elegantly done by Zeboom.
54.
Big one to get us kicked off.
If people were using a bingo card yesterday for ton plus finishes, they would have run out of ink. It was
100.
everywhere.
Well, Ricardo Ham hit 4 or 5 of them, didn't he? A straight ton, a 108, a couple of 116s. He hit 2 116s
59.
in the same match. But that was a 160. Doesn't take the cake as the best ton plus finish we've seen in the ADC Global
140.
Championship. Yet to see a big fish, but we have had a 164.
Now, Bristow's on 1-2-1 for the match. It's only an 85
60.
average, but the
Gibraltar
ingredients look
121.
really promising.
Starts on the bull. Won't find the treble, but
65.
as you say, he's come up with a concoction here which might well result in victory because Zeboom is a mile behind.
48. Gibraltar 56.
So Jimmy Bristow to wrap us up in impressive fashion. Double 18.
38.
Oh, not close, and he's got a bit of a decision to make when he comes back. He might even go the Jeff Smith route.
97. Gibraltar 18.
18 has won weeks here in this building. He splits a different way.
Chen.
Look on the bright side, he's still coming back, but he is going to be under a little bit more pressure now.
58.
He has
Gibraltar
missed 13 doubles in this match, Jimmy Bristow, checking out at less than 19%.
No score. Zereso
And I was about to
Gibraltar
say he's given himself a
125.
decent amount of padding to have opportunities further. But he's blown them. And Zeboom
65.
can't punish him.
Gibraltar 8.
So is there one more chance for Bristow in the offing here?
Game
This
shown
time he
the match,
makes no
Jimmy
mistake.
Bristow.
And maybe a little shaky on the outer ring to conclude the match, but Jimmy Bristow starts us off with an eye-catching performance, not necessarily monstrous in terms of its numbers or its efficiency, but as it was so delicately put by the asset there, the ingredients on display to perhaps form a campaign of success today. He wins against Zeboom by 4-2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. We are early on Thursday morning, and we are about to welcome our first female player into the tournament. It is going to be Joanne Oldershaw up against this big fella. He's nicknamed Lurch. I wonder why. Because he's a big lad. And he's been playing darts at a fairly high level for a long time, has Stuart Dutton. He's up against one of Derby's finest in Joanne, and she's flying the flag, actually using a John Lowe dart. He's from Derbyshire too. Well, Stuart's 42 now, been around a while. Hometown of High Wycombe. And he gets the honour of playing the first female player that we've got on the stage in this tournament, but not the only one. It's our pleasure to have Henry Deacon back in the booth for this one. What are you expecting from Dutton? Because if you've been around the sport long enough, you'll have seen him at certain darts venues. Quite frankly, you can't miss him. Just look up.
Yeah, morning Nico, morning everyone. I think Stuart
45.
Dutton's one of those players. We've got a few of them at these championships that we know of their ability, but perhaps a bit of an unknown quantity because we haven't seen too much on stages like this. But the early indications aren't too bad. As you mentioned, Joanne Oldershaw qualified by having a very good season on the WADC circuit. She has won events on the tour in the past, not in 2025, although they were mainly hoovered up by the likes of Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. Lisa Ashton, who actually played in 4-1-4, couldn't play in this tournament because of the fact that she's going to be at the Alexandra Palace and the World Darts Championship. A tough assignment for her against Michael Smith in the opening round.
81.
But it's very important, isn't it, that a tournament like this has representation from the WADC. As you mentioned, one of two players that's going to be at this particular tournament.
38.
And what an opportunity it is for her to play in front of the cameras, in front of the lights. And I get the sense that she's going to treat this as a bit of a free hit.
22.
That is exactly what she should do. This is an experience-gathering mission. Who knows what she could go on to do post today.
99.
But just imagine if she were to make the top 4, what that would do for her self-esteem, her confidence, and what she would want to do with darts in the future.
45.
Don't rule it out just yet.
And it is the type of group where perhaps a position will open up for somebody. We mentioned that Leake and Wilson look
44.
as if they're the main two protagonists in this group, which means for the other 5 involved, an opportunity to maybe pick up one of the 2 other spots into the second phase is on offer as Dutton looks at tops here for opening leg break. 2 10s.
20.
Getting further away with those stumpy darts. Quite ironic when you think about it, considering his height. It's tops, and
70.
it's pulled.
Stuart car 20.
That was a big opportunity, but you can understand a little bit of nerves on that first dart at double.
The first leg, Stuart Dutton.
Turns out that miss was fatal in leg 1. Now, before we get into the details of Stuart's ADC ranking, I just want to give you a snippet into how long Dutton has been playing. I think he likes Hampshire because he had his best ever run in a PDC event in this county at Hayling Island in 2006. He made the semi-finals of a Players' Championship just down the road. He ended up losing
41.
in the semis to Raymond van Barneveld by 3-0. But he beat John McGowan, Mr. Magoo, in the
26.
quarters by 3-2. And that is something I'm sure he treasures.
Would that be the infamous Mill Rife Club,
134.
the caravan park?
I think Hayling Island is beautiful. Used to be one of the biggest tournaments in the domestic calendar, that one.
26.
Well, Dutton here, having broken in the opening leg, has full control of leg 2.
59.
Yeah, full control. And when you consider he is number 2 in the ADC UK rankings coming into this, of 8 players that qualified via
60.
that route,
Stuart car 142.
he should feel confident. He's made the ADC his home over the last couple of seasons.
90.
And the way that the system works, a lot of the players that are in the top 8 of that particular order are playing a lot of tournaments, and by virtue, Stuart Dutton is hoovering up a lot at local level. Now,
30.
the cynics will
Stuart car
suggest that
52.
maybe the level of competition may not be as high as at a tournament like this, but that winning feeling will be there. The confidence will be there.
32.
Maybe not on the doubles just yet, but he's warming up.
99. Stuart car 20.
It's a nice leave from Joanne. But it's 10s again for Lurch.
on the second
This
leg,
time he
Stuart
doesn't have any
Dutton.
bother on it.
Third
Tony
leg, Joanne
leads, and he's in
through
full
first. Game
control of this contest. And what's also got to be mentioned as well, because it is a 4 from 7 group and it's all being played in one day, what price could be paid for a very big win to kick off the day? Because it just gives you a
60.
little bit of wriggle room in the legs difference department.
The person who epitomises that slightly on the other side is Steve DeBuck yesterday.
140.
He finished in 5th position outside of the qualifying zone, but he had his 2 wins when he was already eliminated.
100.
So he lost 4 games, then won 2. You are much better off getting a good start.
95.
Is it a little bit too long ago for you to remember Lurch and the Addams family?
Yes.
So you don't know the famous
140.
2 words that Lurch used to utter in the programme from about 70 years ago?
59.
You don't remember?
You rang.
Well done. Lurch had a voice that was a bit more baritone, though.
125.
Well, opportunity here for Joanne to get on the board here, leaving herself on 76 after 12.
71. Join your car
And
76.
to have any chance in this contest, she has to hang on to her throw in this leg. Good recovery, Dart 2, double
44.
16
Stuart
just
car
goes wide of the mark, and so
136.
Dutton here, looking at 136 for the double break. Another one of them, and that sat perfectly.
96. Join your car
Pressure's
32.
on. Let's see if Joanne is up to it this time. Double 9. It turns out that
24.
Dutton's going to have a chance for
Stuart car
3-0, and he
40.
keeps leaving himself on tops and 10s in this match. 10s again. Oh, I bet that
20.
looked good in the
Join your
air.
car
That was
8.
right on line.
Just clips the wire the wrong side, and so Oldershaw gets another go this time at
Each
double
on the
4,
third
makes
leg,
no
Joanne
mistake on the
Oldershaw.
double 4, and gets herself on the board at these global championships.
Fourth
Back to
leg, Stuart
2-1,
through first. Game
posing
on.
the question is Stuart Dutton, who has the throw to re-establish the 2-leg buffer.
140.
At times this week, we have looked at some of the equipment of the players. We were looking at Johnny Haynes' darts
55.
earlier in the week, and trying to estimate how old they are. Well, look at these. They weren't made yesterday.
84.
They're different. They're short, they're stumpy, they're bobbly. Not full of tech.
60.
But they're obviously trusty.
Looks like a little bit of a 90s throwback, that dart, doesn't it? Bit of
96.
the bit like a Rod Harrington Durrow dart.
I'm getting Luke Humphreys vibes with Lurch's darts. Short barrel, long stem, big flight.
45.
Well, he's not quite playing like Luke Humphreys, but he's seemingly going to get the results like Luke Humphreys does because
43.
he's in control of this contest. 2-1 to the good and 138 points away from going too clear. In just one more to kick off his global campaign of a win.
45. Stuart 138.
He's gone the Luke Humphreys route on 138.
Let's not compare 138s now, Nico.
Don't tell me what to do.
$85. Stuart 80.
He's obviously going to follow the textbook here. He's going to leave tops again. This is the hardest shot he's had at tops.
60.
Well, he could see next to nothing of that. Maybe a small portion of the right-hand corner. Drops low, and guess where he is again? Double 10. It's felt like he spent half of this contest at this particular target. But this to go too clear, and he's got 6 here because Oldershaw's left herself on 168. And he's going to bust the score as a result of that. But Joanne, that's the one thing she's going to have to sharpen up on. Just a few too many darts deviating into the 5.
We can diagnose that in the next leg.
Stuart Dutton.
From our vantage point, watching Joanne
Joanne
through this next lens, you can see that there's a little bit of what we call a sprinkler head effect on the throw. There's a rotation
55.
of the upper body, which means that with the way she throws darts, her natural miss is going to be left of target.
100.
I'm getting Dave Whitcomb vibes from her throw, which is, I think it's pretty cool.
177.
So is that. That's better than cool.
To say, there's been patches so far that have been fairly
60.
good for Joanne. It's just going to be about piecing it together on a more consistent basis if she's going to get some joy in this group.
If my memory serves me right, I'm
60.
pretty sure that Dave Whitcomb won the World Masters on a day like today. I know it was early December.
95.
Well, Oldershaw here, 6 darts on 209 to reduce the gap to 3-2 and do what she can do as a minimum task for you, and that's force Dutton to
100.
serve it out in the next. What Stuart would give for a couple of big trebles and a couple of big trebles he finds. Applying the pressure on this 109. Which can't be done now.
That is not a bad
93.
effort. Both darts kissing the wire.
21.
Lurch gets his first chance to ring the doorbell.
97.
Well, Dutton can't leave the button.
And so Oldershaw here, 2-8 to bring it back to 3-2. Little shuffle across. To try and kiss off the barrel, but was unsuccessful in that task. And so Dutton here, looking at double 12 to get his global championship campaign off to a winning start. A double 6 is found, and that's a 4-1 win to kick off Stuart Dutton's campaign in Group 4, getting the better Joanne Oldershaw by 4 legs to 1. The scoring was decent for Dutton, work to do on the outer ring. 4th and 16 on his doubles. Dutton, a 4-1 winner over Oldershaw. Coming up after the break, we can see Adam Leek for the first time up against even Springborg Poulsen.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Skaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skaife!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw Stuart Dutton get his campaign off to a winning start. A 4-1 win over Joanne Oldershaw. And next up, we've got Adam Leek and even Springborg Poulsen to the stage. A meeting of Australia and Denmark in our third match of the session. It's fair to say that you can't exactly miss Adam Leek, and it's also fair to say that he's living up to the namesake. Now, we've already had a little bit of a sneak peek of the 26-year-old Australian here at the Live Lounge before, because he did play at the Modus Super Series at the end of Series 12. Even Springborg Poulsen, one of a handful of players to qualify for this competition 2 years in a row. He made his big stage debut in this competition this time last year. One of 5 players who qualified in consecutive years. Adam Leek, 26 from Adelaide. Not as if anything's happening there right now. Up against even Springborg Poulsen, the 63-year-old from Slungerup. He qualified courtesy of his position on the Northern European Tour. Played at the recent
First leg,
PDC
Adam
Nordic
to throw
and Baltic
first.
Championship in Copenhagen, where he lost in the opening match of the tournament to a certain Victor Tingshaw. Happy to say that Niall McCorn's alongside me here in
100.
commentary for this one. And two players in which you cannot really mistake them from what they're wearing.
100.
Morning, Henners. No, I don't think you can with that. Leak against Springborg Poulsen. And if he had nicknamed himself the Spring Onion, we would have had a terrible dilemma trying to tell them apart, but still, they're all right at the moment. Rather Christmassy looking dart shirt as well from the Dane, as you say, from Slangerup, which is a thriving community when it comes to darts in the Scandinavian region. As a bustling darts club. I'm not sure how many members there are of Slangerup Darts Club, but there are a lot.
Yeah, it has a purpose-built building, and it is just basically darts all the way through.
81.
It's got about 40 boards, maybe more in excess of that. And actually, the PDC Nordic and Baltic are holding one of their tour events there in 2026, such as the prestige of that particular
58.
venue. And Ivan, who, when he was here last year, was actually showing me photos of the venue. He's very proud of what his hometown had provided in terms of a darting setup. But he may not be too proud of this start so far, because he finds himself behind the 8-ball. Leak with 6 on 150 to get himself on the board. And that's that perfect for another if he wants to stay there. He does. Double 15. Well, that would have been some way to have announced yourself on the Global Championship stage.
Well, Adam Leak can feel confident of giving this a right old crack in this group. I think he's got a really good chance of finishing in the top 4, but we said that about Adam Mould yesterday, and he didn't make it. We said that about John O'Shea, and he didn't make it. Nothing is a given. We do know he'll have 2 darts at double 6.
Game shot on the first leg. Adam Leak.
And there is that first leg, and sometimes that's all you need to give yourself a
Second
platform.
leg, Ivan to throw first.
He's forgotten about the delay. You're going to have to take your dart out the board here, pal. Or is it still? Are we still going to count it? We're still going to count it.
We'll let him have it. We're in a good mood
45.
on this Tuesday. Or Thursday.
Springborg Poulsen has forgotten about the delay. Henry Deacon has forgotten what day it is.
Apart from that, it's all going well.
97.
Adam Leak from Adelaide is stoked about this run out here at the Global Championship. Arrived in the United Kingdom on the 6th of November. He spent 2 days in London and the rest of his time in Portsmouth. I bet he can't wait to go back home again.
80.
He's been spending some time around a lot of the players that have played here at the Super Series. He's made a lot of friends over the course of the last few weeks or so. But one thing is for certain, he is a tremendous talent. He was one of the Australian qualifiers. Lost in the final to Brandon Weaney, but because of what he did on the ADC Australia-New Zealand circuit over the course of 2025, has been given a opportunity to represent his nation in these championships, and he was telling me that he's got about 100 people watching
60.
him back home in Australia, so no pressure at all, Adam.
You mean they've chosen to watch this instead of the Ashes?
Having a look at the scorecard, I think that might be a wise decision.
58.
Incidentally, I met Adam for the first time last week, and he was very chirpy and chipper about the cricket. We'll see whether we have a similar type conversation later on today.
$100.
Well, Springborg Poulsen involved in the ADC Global
58.
Championship previously.
Adam, you require 108.
So despite the fact he forgot about the delay, he does have stage experience. Might look at the 14s here. No, decided 18s was the route he wanted.
Ivan, you require 170.
Only one way you can go with this one. That's a good start. Bullseye for 170.
145. Adam, you require 56.
Clips the wire, and so Leak has a break opportunity here. 56 to go, 2 up. Tops it is.
Game
Tops
shot on
it's
the
got.
second
This is a
leg.
really
Adam
efficient display so far. Still not touching anywhere near his best
Third
so
leg,
far,
Adam
but he's
to throw
doing
first.
enough to
Game on.
take control of this game against the Dane.
$97.
We've seen some pretty questionable facial hair up on that stage in the last few weeks.
49.
Particularly moustaches. He's neither here nor there with his tash effort there, is he, old Leaky? I mean, is it a shadow or is it a real one?
100.
I'm not sure.
Do you reckon he's a month late and thought Movember started on Monday?
$42.
As for even Springborg Poulsen, as we have a look at Adam Leake's moustache. Well, I know where the TV BAFTA's going.
60.
As for even Springborg Poulsen, let's have a look at his flights here, because he's got the tri-sided flight, something that was made famous by the likes of Devon Peterson and Connor Scott, and using them to good effect there. Does change the way the dart propels in the air. One less pillar means that they really do go into the board at quite an angle and at quite some ferocity.
Well,
63.
something you don't see too often, that style of flight. And actually, strange that he's using the transparent all-in-one system as well, because we're speaking
41.
to Paul Nicholson before play started today, and we were discussing about how those clear flight and stem systems can be quite hit and miss, not in terms of how they go, just in terms of
92.
how players prefer one or the other. You either love them or you hate them. And you don't see too many of them with that particular flight shape either, so we are seeing quite a rare
45.
thing here. But
Adam,
again,
you require 89.
similarly, it's whatever works for you, and whatever Leake's been doing in this game so far, averaging 81.5, is going pretty well. It'll go even better if this goes in.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
does.
third leg.
And he has
Adam
one
Leake.
away. Only just played 7.5 minutes, and he's
Fourth leg.
almost
Ivan to
there.
throw first. Game on.
17-20-18. It's just been efficient so far, but I get the sense that Adam is just going to enjoy every single moment of this experience.
140.
Does feel like he's just warming up, really. We get to see Carl Wilson next as well. Few people interested
60.
to see how he gets on in this group.
Had a very good year on the ADC circuit. Qualified for the Tour Championship finals
55.
back in October, where he would make it through to the semi-finals. Lost in a last leg decided to Graham Hall 5-4. The favourite to win this group. This man being the second favourite, and with a smile on his face, having missed the final dart there to get his first maximum on the live lounge stage at the Global Championship, at least
60.
anyway.
$140. $78.
Well,
Adam, you require
Springborg Poulsen missed
161.
the bullseye for a 170. This 161 would win it for Leake. He's on the bull. And he's a mile away. And he's laughing about it. But he'll be back.
There was absolutely no way he was not going for that. However, because he's hit the single 11, he's going to have to spurn one here. He's going to get a couple of match-winning opportunities. Double 16. To get his campaign up and running without leaking a leg. Adam Leake gets the better of even Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 0. 15 dart to finish things off. He got better as the game went on. And perhaps some justification as to why he's one of the 2 heavy, hefty favourites to make it into stage 2. He beats even Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 0. And up in a couple of moments' time, we've got Carl Wilson and Zereso Zeboom.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Adam Leake with a 4-0 win in our last game here at the ADC Global Championship. The Australian getting off to a flying start against the Dane, Ivan Springborg Poulsen, who only had 1 dart at double in the match, and that was at the bullseye for a 170, which he missed, and Leake did not look back. Zereso Zeboom's already had a game on this stage today. He was beaten. Jimmy Bristow turning in an impressive display, winning by 4 legs to 2. But we know he's capable. He's performed on this stage before. But one man who is also very adept is the man on the mic, Andrew Culling. He'll be refereeing this one. And it's our first glimpse of Carl Wilson at this ADC Global Championship.
First leg, Carl to throw first.
Carl Wilson, the winner of a couple of Championship Tour events on the ADC this year. The second, he beat Johnny Haynes, who's already qualified by winning all of his games on day 1 of the ADC Global Championship. He beat him 5-4, sorry. That was a last leg decider. And 5-2, he was a victor over Christian Perez in event 7. So he knows how to win on the ADC. Does he know how to win the Global Championship? That's a question Paul Nicholson will find out the answer to before the end of the day.
Yeah, we certainly will.
140.
There are plenty of people who know that Carl is very useful, but I think if you consider what he's been doing for the last couple of years,
70.
He's been constantly improving his confidence by staying local and then gradually branching out
95.
into the Winmore Championship Tour this season with great success. And I get the feeling that there's expectation on his shoulders coming into this, not just because he's the favourite, but because he's in the kind of form that should take him far.
$42.
Wilson arrived at the Live Lounge this morning in the company of Stuart Dutton and Jimmy Bristow. They all rocked up together. And he was definitely in good spirits, put it that way. Won't be able to take this 128 out. Now configuring
60.
which way he wants to go. Back on the 20s.
He had the luxury of going 20s there instead of 18 first. Zeboom's going to have to stick with Wilson here. He's not the biggest scorer. He's just one of those players who will ton and 140 you to death.
Game show on the first leg.
That'll do nicely. Carl Wilson with a 68 outshot to get his first leg on the board of this year's Global Championship, for him at least.
First. Game on.
Zeboom finds himself behind.
139.
Very focused individual is Carl. From Royal Tunbridge Wells. What a beautiful town that is.
100.
Voted one of the best places to live in the UK, in fact. You don't get many dart players coming to this venue
39.
From a town that starts with Royal as well. It's a very working class sport. And if I may say so, because I know the town very well, Royal Tunbridge Wells
60.
is not really a working class town.
Nico, you've got it all wrong. In this sport, we've got a bunch of kings. We had the King of Kenya yesterday. We've had Mervyn King here at the Live Lounge. We've had the Queen of the Palace. There's a bunch of royalty. Can't forget King of the Castle as well.
And the Prince is playing by the end of the week. That's Chaz Barstow.
The Dartist formerly known as.
This is a nice riposte from Zeboom. Definitely sounds better than Zeboom, doesn't it?
58. Zereso, you require 88.
Double 14. Okay.
82.
Now. If I were Wilson right now, I'd be thinking, get myself down to about 43, 83 at worst here. That double 3 is about to shrink.
Yeah, he had the insurance to potentially bust his score, but he was on a pretty high outshot, to be fair. So you can understand why he went for it, and that was the right decision, clearly. In a level game, as Zeboom finds due south on the board to take us to 1-1.
One of the other things that Wilson has been doing this year is just dipping his toe into the Challenge Tour a bit more as well. 3 last 16s. Not bad.
96.
Consider what Challenge Tour players have been doing this year. Maybe that's one of the next progressions
39
for Wilson, but can you imagine how life could change if he were to make January the 4th? Even win the whole thing. Now, in his own mind, I know how confident he is. He will be fully focused on just getting through
86.
into the top 4 today. But there'll be a small bit of Carl thinking, I want to be there on January the 4th.
Well, he's played some darts on the PDC Challenge Tour this year, Carl Wilson, and just looking at the order of merit, sits above 32. The likes of Tom Sykes, who again went 100% here at the ADC Global Championship earlier this week. John Henderson, Adam Mould, who was here yesterday, Jeffrey Desfan, Andy Hamilton. He's above all of those players 52. In the Challenge Tour order of merit for the year just past. So no question that he is going to be a threat.
100.
He hasn't got this game by the scruff of the neck yet. But he does have the darts and the odd-numbered legs. In those odd-numbered legs, he has to dictate the quality. If he falls off, Zeboom is the kind of player that will
74.
stick around.
Carl, you require 112.
Based on his performances on the stage before, he tends to be better earlier in the day. Just checking what he's got left. 77.
54. Zereso,
That
you require
should be
170.
fine. Should is a very strong word.
Well, he took out 160 in his first game. The Dutchman
23.
won't get a poke at
Carl, you
170.
require 58.
We've already seen a big fish missed. Only had a couple of games so far.
Game show on the third leg. Carl
Yes,
Wilson.
he likes it. Single to double, and he's back in front. 2-1.
Fourth leg, Zereso 2 for
He
first.
did like that one,
Game
didn't
on.
he? Everything that Carl does
44.
has a purpose. Shaking of the arm, straightening out the posture. And for someone who plays the way he does, he actually does send a very bold
140.
message to the world of darts. Because when you stand in this position, no matter who you are, it's not natural.
134.
One of the next big progressions within this sport is going to be recovery. Because they play so much more these days, they are having to recover
95.
smarter to make sure that they can keep their careers going.
96.
Fitness is so important. So important. I think people forget just how significant a change that can be
99.
positively.
I think that word fitness is a very interesting one to use because you speak to people about darts
100.
fitness.
Carl, you require
There's nobody been more
167.
darts fit than Phil Taylor. Doesn't look like an athlete, but darts fit, absolutely. But fitness can be found in many different ways.
131.
Cardiovascular, strong,
Zereso, you require 127.
flexibility. Now, what kind of flexibility has Wilson got on the
87.
board? Because tops
Carl, you
has been his
require
go-to
36.
double. This is a little different.
9s.
No score.
That's not going to work for him.
Zereso, you require 40.
A point with delight in the last leg. It might be a grimace on his face. Double 5, he doesn't like that. Zeboom's the one with the snarl on his face.
30.
He's missed the chance again. And Wilson will return to that double 18.
Carl, you require 36.
The nickname ZZ Whimper doesn't have the same ring to it. But the whimper is what it was. How does he find this? Bottom half? Oh my. He needs a wizard.
Game
And he
on the
might be a
fourth
wizard.
leg. Carl Wilson.
I want to see that one in slow motion. What a dart that was.
Fifth leg, Carl 2 for
Let us into the secret, Carl. How did you do it?
Well, that first start was hanging so awkwardly over the top half of the bed, obscuring it. The second one took off even more of a portion of what he could see, so he somehow found the third one.
140.
Bundled its way through.
He's
3-1.
another one that uses those transparent
60.
flights. They've got a little bit of scripture on them. These are called ruthless flights, but they are the micro version.
134.
They're the same shape as the normal ruthless flights, but they are the smaller version.
64.
It's funny you say that because something you said before, he might not be the biggest 180 hitter, but he will ton you and ton 40 you into oblivion.
83.
Reminded me of a certain player who isn't called Ruthless, but he's called Relentless, but does use very similar flights, and that's
60.
Ryan Joyce, who's very similar in terms
Carl,
of
you
not the
require
biggest power scorer,
144.
excellent finisher, but does consistently hit tons and ton 40s.
120.
I don't think Carl would mind that you've just compared him to the best double 16 hitter in the world.
He's one of the best finishers in the
44.
world, Ryan Joyce, and
Carl, you
Wilson's
require
looking to finish this
24.
game with double 12, now double 6. Another match dart missed. Busts
No
his
score.
score, looks at the scoreboard and thinks, nope, I'm not going for it, and that was the right call.
I like that he didn't know
100.
what ZZ Boom had left. Because he
Carl,
was
you
too
require
focused on his own
24.
shots. And he is once again. well, this would be extraordinary, just like the double 18.
No score.
Look at the bright side. There will be another chance at double 12.
133.
That's now 5 match darts
Time
missed
required 24.
for Carl Wilson. Will there be any more? 1, 2, 3.
No score.
You
Zereso,
can
require
stare as
40.
closely as you want, Carl. You haven't won the match. At least not yet. And Zeboom is wiring doubles all over the
35.
board. And once again, he's gone tops, 10s, 5s and not found his mark.
24.
There might be a silver lining to this for Wilson, because
Game
he is
shot
now over
and
the
a
line.
match. Carl Wilson.
He's just seen his opponent cause his own problems by missing doubles. 4-1 victory for Carl Wilson. He'll be very, very pleased to be getting off the mark with 2 points. Nowhere near his best, didn't have to be, but his next level will be found when we see him a little bit later on. More to come after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge. It's the ADC Global Championship for you on this Thursday morning. And before the break, we saw Carl Wilson get his campaign off to a winning start. A 4-1 win over Zereso Zeboom. Next up for us, even Springborg, Poulsen and Joanne Oldershaw, both looking to get their first wins of their particular sessions. For Joanne, she lost out By
First
4
leg
legs to 1
Islanders
to
go
Stuart
first.
Dutton, whereas
Game
even
on.
Springborg Poulsen lost to 0 against Adam Link. Paul Nicholson alongside me here in commentary for this one. What do we expect to see from this
125.
particular contest?
Springborg Poulsen will start as favourite. And I think he'll want to get off the
54.
mark as soon as possible. He wasn't really in it against Leek, was he? Lost by 4 legs to 0. That hurts,
140.
losing your first game to 0. I just wonder if he's getting Joanne at the right or the wrong time, because now that she's got a game under her
140.
belt on the stage, she might feel a lot more comfortable. There were some good signs from Joanne in her game, but that level is going to have to be
89.
lifted, and soon, because the clock will tick all day long.
Against the darts in this one, needs another treble to leave herself on a finish and
85.
able to get,
Over
and
the
so
car,
Poulsen's got
147.
6 and 147. He's going to need the full quota to take the early ascendancy in this contest.
41.
Quite an intricate dart that Springborg Poulsen's got, isn't it? Might need Brian Cox to explain that.
From the outside looking in, it just looks like I've bought a load of new stuff from the shop and I'm going to try and put it together and see if it works.
I honestly think if Tutankhamun was
66.
still alive, that's the dart he would use. It looks really expensive and bejeweled.
44. Over the car, 40.
Well, tops of leg 1. Bends the wire. That close, it's awkward.
No score.
Couldn't
Join
nestle
your
the way
car,
through, so an outside
137.
chance here for Joanne to nick the opener against Fro.
The biggest finish in her first game, of course, was the only leg that she won.
97.
That was 8.
Over the car, 40.
Double 10. You can't keep
30.
missing.
Join your car, 40.
People who come to the Global Championship will pounce when they get their opportunity. Opportunity not taken.
Car 10.
That was a big chance to take the lead.
And crucial as well for a break of throw, which Joanne needs at some point if she's going to win the contest. However,
score.
she's going to be
Join your car,
presented with
20.
3 more because even Springborg Poulsen's missed 9 darts to win this opening leg.
No score. Over the
There's
car,
the
10.
dreaded drift to the left. There's a whole lot of drifting going on here.
No score. Join your
It's
car,
contagious.
20.
Well, let's get the scrappy leg out the way with early, shall we?
16. Over the car, 10.
20 darts between the pair, sorry, 18 darts between the pair missed at a double in this opening leg.
Getting shown the first
However,
leg,
dart
Ivan
number
Springborg
19.
Poulsen.
Now the outer ring is found by even Springborg Poulsen, and
Second leg,
Abracadabra
Joanne through first.
is 1-0
Game
up.
on.
Do you know the story behind the nickname?
Do tell.
So even Springborg Poulsen's favourite artist is Lady Gaga.
21.
And it turns out that Abracadabra is his favourite Lady Gaga track. He actually walked on to that when he played at the recent Nordic and Baltic Championship
44.
in Copenhagen.
I'm astonished. Well, he's not the youngest
9.
of players, but you wouldn't expect him to be a Lady Gaga fan that much. And with a nickname like Abracadabra,
45.
there's a song by the Steve Miller Band which goes something like this. Abracadabra. He's going to reach out and grab you. Well,
100.
that would be brilliant, but obviously not for him.
Yeah, nicknamed Abracadabra, and he did magically disappear from that Nordic and Baltic Championship within 20 minutes of the tournament
60.
beginning, having been beaten comprehensively by a very good version of Victor Tingstrom in that event.
Nice to see that area of the world starting to churn once again
60.
because there was a time where it felt like Scandinavian darts went dormant. Almost post Per Larsen beating
60.
Terry Jenkins at the World Championship. At that point, I thought there was a really good opportunity for them to spring forward. And they didn't use it. But then, bringing in the
40.
Nordic and Baltic stuff in the PDC, and of course the ADC's ventures out there, we're starting to see more exposure for these players, which is exactly what they need.
140.
I know there's going to be a lot of work done as well in trying to bring in young players through. It's actually a little bit more difficult in Scandinavia than perhaps in other parts of Europe, because for a lot of people aged 18, 19, things like conscription,
60.
military
Abdul
service,
152.
it's still things that are compulsory in those parts of the world.
Yeah, it's the same in Korea.
40.
Well, Sun Hyun Min, if he didn't win the Asian Championship gold medal, would have had to have done 2 years worth of military service. I believe the K-pop band BTS are currently going through that. I didn't know.
30.
I never thought that would ever make its way onto
112.
How do you know that? Didn't put you up for a K-pop fan. You found that out from Ivan, didn't you?
I was at a Coldplay concert in September,
51.
and Chris Meyer may have brought it up. Again, I never thought
Sure he did.
never thought that would make it on there this morning.
83.
I would not be surprised
America, 61.
to see the Dane take this out with his first darted double after what happened in the previous leg.
41.
He almost
Joanne
did.
98.
Well, opportunity knocks again for Oldershaw. Number 19. Unable to get, and so Springborg will get free in hand at double 10 to double his
66.
lead.
Abdul 20. No
Oh,
score.
no.
Joanne 32.
Oh, this could be a shot for a 2-0 lead.
Getting shot on the second
1-1
leg.
it
Joanne
is.
Oldershaw.
And so far, the tale of this tape is very much about
Third leg
missed
Ivan to
doubles.
third first. Game on.
Do you think it's an accident that Joanne's using John Lowe darts? Because I don't. There are,
41.
demographically speaking, a lot of players who use famous players' equipment from their neck of the woods. You would not believe how many people in the northwest
45.
of England use Dave Chisnell darts. How many people in Wales use Getty Price darts? It's a loyalty thing. And of course, John Lowe
60.
is from Derbyshire.
Many people from Blythe use asset darts.
There's a few.
Available at all good car boot sales.
60.
You'll keep.
60.
Still got plenty of days to go here this week at the ADC Global Championship. You just watch your step, Deacon.
100.
That's the kind of visit that Oldershaw needs a bit more of. Steady tons. Eat away at
100.
the kind of darts that she really wants to find. Try and minimize the amount of darts that go into the 5.
95.
She's concentrating her darts a lot better around that 60 bed now. Definitely starting to warm up.
And sometimes, as we've seen from so many
140.
players on this stage, it takes a couple of games just to settle in. Although in the regulation Super Series, even if you play in Group C, for example, you get a couple of days to try and put things right. But in this more
100.
truncated
Undercard
global
100.
championship format, if you don't get it done today, you're not going to get it done at all. As Springborg Poulsen looks at tops and now 10s. Well, this would be ironic, wouldn't it?
90.
If after all the
Join
missed
your
darts
car,
at a double, he'd found a
101.
ton checkout.
He's 1 from 16. That is never good.
45.
And he's back on that double 5 bed where he spent so much time in the first leg of the match. Doesn't spend too much time there this time.
Fourth leg, Joanne
Finds
to
himself
first.
2-1 to the good. He's not doing a very good case in terms of trying to get himself invited for double trouble here, is he, even Springborg Poulsen?
They don't call it double trouble
44.
for nothing.
2 from 17 on the doubles for even Springborg Poulsen.
140.
One of 3 players that I've now seen use the 3-winged flight. You mentioned the other 2 in his first game, Devin Peterson and Connor Scott.
60.
Definitely works for Scott. Revolutionised his game. Doesn't work for Peterson. Not for me. I just think
100.
sometimes Devin just experiments a bit too much, and he's definitely a 4-prong flight guy.
Tell me if I'm chatting utter nonsense here.
55.
But when you look at Scott and Poulsen in terms of their stature, their build, a lot of their darts are having to throw upwards. Does that help with a tri-shaped
100.
flight as opposed to a 4-pronged flight?
To be honest, Henry, it's more about the release and the behaviour of the dart as soon as it comes out of the hand. If you look at Scott, for instance, there's that huge
26.
scallop at the top of the barrel.
161.
And when the dart climbs to the sky, I think it's a case of Scott needing speed through the air
48.
so it gets into the board with speed. When his flights were a bit bigger or had 4 prongs on them, there was too much drag and his darts were landing on the floor. There's that extra speed that
140.
revolutionised his stability in the air.
113.
This, for me, just looks a bit more experimental from Poulsen. But it's working
Game
pretty
shot with
well.
fourth leg, Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
That's his biggest finish of the day.
Fifth leg, Ivan to
Starting to figure out these doubles, isn't he? 3-1 lead.
And has the darts here to get over the line and to get his first win on the board.
60.
And I think he's the type of player that will think in a 7-player group where 4 go through, it would be a bitter disappointment if he was to be one of the 3 that misses out.
52.
Well, let's put it this way. We've covered enough Group B situations at the Modus Super Series in this building to know that if you're in a group of 5, if you don't make the top 3,
43.
you feel very disappointed because it feels very likely for you to qualify. As would 4 from 7.
140.
But nothing in darts is a sure thing. You have to do the work, you have to turn up and compete and win. If you don't,
84.
you saw what happened to Adam Mould yesterday.
$100.
Well, realistically, Joanne shouldn't have really started there, and a 140 would have left herself a 169. Although she has wrestled the advantage of
134.
throw away from Springborg here. 6 darts from here to bring it back to 3-2 and to return the game to throw all of a sudden.
78.
If there's another leg in this contest, I would like to talk about the counting abilities of the ladies.
125. Joanne, 131.
I think it's a subject that hasn't really been brought up yet.
49.
We might not be talking about it either because Springborg Poulsen's on the cusp of a 3-leg victory.
Well, it's been a case
Yeah,
of,
he's
at
shown the
times,
match.
Ivan the
Springborg
Terrible
Poulsen.
on the doubles, but he's managed to find tops there to complete a 4-1 victory over Joanne Oldershaw. So a 4-1 win for even Springborg Poulsen. When we return in a couple of moments' time, we're going to be watching Stuart Dutton and Jimmy Bristow. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw even Springborg Poulsen get the better of Joanne Oldershaw by 4 legs to 1. That's the first win of the day for him. Next up, Stuart, Dutton and Jimmy Bristow go head-to-head. 2 players looking to make it on to 4 points in Group 4, having won their opening matches against the Darts. Jimmy getting the better of Zereso Zeboom by 4 legs to 2. Stuart Dutton beating Joanne Oldershaw by 4 legs to 1. So who's going to make it 2 from 2? We're going to find out in the company of Niall McCorn for this one. And for Lurch, he was certainly not left in it, was he, in that opening game against Joanne Oldershaw?
Exactly as you say, Henry. You want to make a good start. And there is no better start you can make in the opening leg than that. Or that.
180.
Well, if the last game, the first leg, took a little bit of time to get cooking, this one certainly
96.
hasn't, with back-to-back maximums from either player. I liked what I saw from Bristow in his opening match.
81.
It wasn't a boisterous performance by any means, but it certainly looked like there was potential there to do damage in this group today.
140.
And of course, the target at the start of the day is always going to be 12 points, but
140. So we look at 85.
8 to 10 points is normally enough to see you finish in the top 4. Tops he wants.
65. Jimmy O'Carr, 100.
Well, Jimmy Bristow has scored very well in this opening leg, as has Dutton.
60.
Can't
Stuart
take that
O'Carr,
100
20.
out.
Well, Stuart Dutton going to force Jimmy Bristow to win this leg in 12, because if he finds double 10 like he does there, that was what he was forced to do. 14 darter for Dutton to get himself up and running in this contest. You mentioned in the first game Jimmy Bristow winning that last chance qualifier, whether that
59.
will hold him in good stead or not. Well, last year Adam Mole came through the Adam Lipscomb, shall I say, came through the same self-qualifier.
60.
And he made it all the way to the final, lost out to Devon Peterson in the end. Now, I know it's only year 2 of this particular tournament, but the early
59.
indications are those that do come through those last chance saloon events do tend to do fairly well.
177.
Look at this from Dutton. A 180 and a 177. We've only had 1 1/4 legs.
99.
But it's interesting what you say, because it might just be all about that recency bias, how you feel.
140.
We spoke about Brandon Weaning yesterday, the Australian, who made such a long trip from down under. And the first thing he said to Paul Nicholson when he arrived at the venue was,
44.
I'm not playing
Stuart
very
Carr,
well, or words to
124.
that effect. Sometimes it can be psychological. And if you've been winning recently, even if it is through a qualifier,
88.
that can give you that little bit of a boost. And then we don't need to remind everyone how well Adam Lipscomb has done
134. Stuart Carr,
since
36.
early January of this year.
Well, I'm sure this performance from Stuart Dutton isn't filling Jimmy Bristow of any confidence so
Being
far,
shot on
because
the
that's
second leg,
back-to-back
Stuart
14
Dutton.
darters to put him 2-0 to the good.
Third leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Them the levels, Jimmy. Them the levels. In fact, the other player who came through the last chance
96.
qualifier last year, Shane Hayward, he also made it through to the finals day. He lost out in the quarterfinals. Actually had darts to beat Devon Peterson in that particular contest.
59. 100.
Billy Leonard came through the Northern UK last chance qualifier. Of course, Jimmy Bristow, the representative from the south.
90.
And in Northern Ireland, Dean Gallagher in a last leg decider over Butch Devine.
I'm sure he certainly wasn't feeling the
40.
latter after that.
Yeah, I have no idea whether Butch Devine is either
58.
A Butch or B Devine, but I'm sure we'll find out in a few days' time.
133.
Well, after a rapid start with the scoring at the beginning of this contest, Bristow's just cooled down a little.
134.
Although
Stuart
two
Carr,
trebles there.
132.
Well, doing some favours, leaves 160. Needs the treble 19. Doesn't find it.
60.
Needs a spark here, does Jimmy. He just feels like he's been hit rather hard by the punches that Dutton's thrown at him. And he's going to have a look here. Is Lurch at 72 for a
Stuart
free-zip
Carr,
lead.
72.
He's averaging round about 100. Jimmy Bristow averaging about 90.
32.
It will be Bristow.
Jimmy Carr, 104.
We'll get the next opportunity. Can't squeeze one through to the treble 20. So that opportunity evaporates for Bristow.
38. Stuart Carr, 40.
And so this for 3-0. And real comfortability in this contest. Double 10. He was here a lot in his opening game.
20.
And just
Jimmy
like
Carr,
in his
66.
opening clash with Joanne Oldershaw, unable to find that particular target first time of asking.
Big 20. Leaves one shot at double 18.
Game shot on the third leg,
Squeezes
Jimmy
it in
Bristow.
just above the wire. And that might be the lift
Fourth
that
leg, Jimmy
Bristow
through
requires
first.
in this
Game
one.
on.
First opportunity at a double and the opportunity taken. And importantly, a break back. The game returns to throw.
100.
And Stuart, to look so comfortable at the beginning of the contest, now being asked one or two questions.
Well, it is a race to 4, and that's how quickly
60.
things can change. We've seen it happen where players have raced into a lead, and in fact, on the opening day of the
134.
ADC Global Championship, we saw a number of players in the first matches take a 2-0 lead and end up losing 4 on the spin. It can happen,
97.
and it happens probably more often than you think.
Well, they do say that 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline.
45.
Yeah, we were having this conversation on Monday, and you do hear that said a lot, but in a way it is kind of nonsense, because if you were offering Dutton or Bristow the
95.
opportunity to be 2-0 up rather than 2-0 down, I bet you 100 times out of 100 they'll choose to be 2-0 up. Of course you would. You'd be mad not to.
81.
However, Bristow's just beginning to push here. And how many times do we see this in a best-of-7 race? Someone getting out to a quick
140,
start. They
Jimmy Carr,
just take the
141.
foot off the gas a little. The opponent just finds that little bit more, and they just meet in the middle a little bit more.
60. Stuart Carr, 109.
Well, that was 60 the hard way. Dutton to re-establish that 2-leg buffer. Is going to get a dart at tops. Is the flight in the way?
Game
Knows
shot
the
on the fourth leg,
answer.
Stuart
Brilliantly
Dutton.
taken. And that's a 15 darter to break the throw and go
Fifth leg, Stuart
3-1 to the good. And
first.
importantly as
Game
well,
on.
he's got the darts here to win this contest.
$100.
And that will feel like a sucker punch for Jimmy Bristow, who must have thought he was getting himself back into the contest. And when he may have
100.
thought there was an opportunity to get back level, he's been hit by the biggest punch of them all.
100.
And there's another jab to the Bristow chin. He would be a difficult
39.
character to box, wouldn't he? Dutton. He's big. He's probably got quite long arms. Just keep Jimmy away. With a few
140.
ranges.
No, I'll be honest with you, pal. I'm probably the wrong person to ask when it comes to fighting.
58. Stuart Carr, 81.
Well, this for back-to-back 4-1 victories to kick off his
Game
day. And
shot of
that's
the
an
match,
11
Stuart
dart, the
Dutton.
best of them all. An average just underneath the ton in the end. Stuart Dutton, bit by bit, blow by blow, was just too good for Jimmy Bristow in that one. A 4-1 victory for him, meaning that he finds himself on 4 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Adam Lee can join him on that mark if he can get the better of ZZ. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
This is Group 4 of the ADC Global Championship. Remember, the top 4 will qualify for the knockout groups, stage 2 of the competition. 7 players per group. We have 8 groups of 7. This is the 4th of them. And so top 4 is where you want to be above the line. And if you're Zereso Zeboom, you just want to be in the winner's enclosure because he hasn't won a match yet. There are a number of players who have already picked up their first victory, including this man, Adam Leake from Australia. He's already won a match, and so he'll be looking to pull away from Zeboom. And the groups that we've seen over the first few days have generally seen one player dominate and dictate Paul Nicholson. We've seen Johnny Haynes. We've seen Tom Sykes. Yesterday it was Ricardo Ham. Adam Leake could be that player. He's certainly capable, but never as easy
58
to achieve winning all of your games as it seems off the basis of the first 3 days. We've seen it done. Might this be the day where that changes, or can Leake be the guy?
He could be, and so could Stuart Dutton, because he's having a very good day. That was a great performance from Lurch. Something to be proud of, finishing off a match in an 11-darter.
40.
Well, if it is Dutton and Leake, they don't play each other until game 20 of the day. That could be a firework finish.
I have a sneaky suspicion that they'll both be through by then, but I am already worried about Zeboom. His game at the end of his schedule is against Joanne Oldershaw, and they might both be out by then, the way things are going. They are the only 2 players who are yet to register a victory, so they could be left behind unless they turn things around.
140.
By the way, I'm not going to let this slide, Niall. I am disappointed in the draw for this tournament because I wanted Ham and Leake in the same group. Because they really do go well together.
71.
Can't find double 10.
Zereso, you require 96.
96 for Zeboom. Well, he won't want that 160 to be the
56.
highlight of his day, but it might just
Adam,
be.
you
And I know we're
require
only in the
20.
opening leg, but as you say, chasing already. He's been a little shaky on his doubles. That's a bit of a blocker, isn't it, for Leek? He hates it, and you can see why there from that angle. Which way shall I go? Cha-cha slide across the oki.
It's actually harder to hit from this angle.
No score.
That's why he can
Zereso,
only
you
hit
require 40.
about 15 to 20% at the bottom of the
Game
bed.
shot on the first leg.
He should have gone a little bit
Zereso,
further right,
Zeboom.
go over the top. You create about 50% of room
Second
that
leg,
you can
Zereso
use.
to Faro first. Game on.
Fair play to ZZ though. Hitting tops.
140.
So you wanted Leek and Ham in the same group. But if Leek was in the same group as Ham, which was yesterday, he would also have
60.
been in the same group as Mould. And that is not three things that go well together.
Oh, I don't mind a bit of mould on my cheese.
60.
Because that's how you get Stilton.
Don't know if we've got any players from Cheddar
91.
or Caerphilly. Maybe we do.
I'm pretty sure Ryan Searle's not far from Cheddar.
44.
Trina Gulliver used to live in Cheddar. So maybe she was the Cheddar to our Ham yesterday.
Oh, we need now some pastry. That's where the muffin man comes in.
135.
He's not here though. Adam is all the way from the city of churches.
55.
Adelaide, Australia. I always find it amusing about Australia's geography that South Australia is not the most southern part of it.
134.
There are parts of Victoria that are more south than South Australia. And of course, Tasmania is the most southern tip.
105.
I was about to ask, does that include Tassie? Clearly not in this instance.
Can't forget about Tassie. It's beautiful. Double 13.
55.
He might be 2-0 down.
Zereso, you require 97.
ZZ might get his way to double top again, does he? Not this time.
73. Adam, you require 26.
Throwing for double 13 again.
Game shot on
And
the
getting it
second
this
leg.
time.
Adam Leek.
1-1.
Third leg, Adam to Faro first. Game on.
If your surname was going to be a vegetable,
Have we reached this point
what would
already?
be the worst vegetable to be named after? Because I'll give you time to think about this, because we do have some very influential people called Leek
57.
in this sport. Some very influential people who do some great charity work, in fact.
100.
I mean, there are a few well-known names and faces that have a name that shares the same name as a vegetable. We've had
38.
Jasper Carrot, Barbara Broccoli of James Bond fame.
Absolutely. We had a player here earlier in the year called Jasper Scarrett.
140.
Did he split or steal?
Hit a 9-darter. And we do have an aubergenius in our sport.
180.
Lovely from Leaky. Maximum for the Aussie.
140.
I'm really starting to feel his mood on this stage. It's quite infectious to see someone having so much fun.
I do have a question, though. Do leaks in Australia actually look like that?
Zereso
Because they
require
don't here in the UK.
121.
No, they bite.
Double 14. Well done,
Game shot on
Zeboom.
the third
1-2-1.
leg.
Where's that come
Zereso,
from?
Zeboom.
His finishing has been patchy at best. He's already hit a 160,
Fourth leg,
now a
Zereso
1-2-1.
to Faro first.
And he's back in front 2-1.
Game on.
Leek might have been playing with some comfort and rhythm, hitting a maximum in that last leg, but it was the 1-2-1 that makes ZZ go boom.
Well, I would like to say that's a peach, but that's a fruit.
21.
But it really was very, very good. And it needs to be. He's got to start taking out these players in and around where he is in the table. at this point in time, because if he loses this, he's 4 points away from Leek.
60.
He'd be 4 points away from Dutton. Other players like Bristow and Wilson, who has a game in hand,
100.
would be close, but he just needs to be closer than he is right now. He's got to find his strength in his game, and it looks like combinations at the minute.
100.
They're so swift, aren't they, as well? There's absolutely no hesitation.
96.
Doesn't need to take a step away and reset. We've seen more and more players now, when they are thrown for quite an important double just after the first couple of darts, or maybe the first dart, just
134.
step away from the oki, take a shadow throw. None of that with Zeboom. When he's on it, he's on it. Same with the 160, same with the 121.
45.
There's been too many of those, I think. Just wayward ones, both at double and in the scoring phase. Leek has been more consistent, although he is averaging 3 points better than Zeboom. That doesn't mean that Zeboom isn't scoring, because he's averaging 90 at the moment.
This is a very decent game.
85. Adam, you require 71.
This game is going to have a minimum of 6 legs. Double top for the equaliser.
51.
Well,
Zereso, you require
that one was way
154.
underground. Not another one. Not another one.
96.
If you get that first 57, you've got
Adam,
to
you
throw that
require
second
20.
one hard to get it in there. He just underpitched it.
Not another one for Leek as well, because we've seen this already, him obscure that double 10. But there was
Game
more
shot on the
room this
full
time
play.
to make the most of,
Adam
and that's a
Leek.
brilliant dart from Adam Leek. And that takes us to 2-2.
Fifth leg, Adam.
And this is
to
an
Faro
intriguing
first.
contest,
Game
which
on.
is shaping up nicely.
Just looking into a little bit of Adam Leek. Playing a lot of darts. And I say this somewhat loosely,
135.
locally. Because local darts in Australia, sometimes you need to fly there. So when you're in Adelaide,
96.
there are certain tournaments in and around that part of Oz. So things like the Murray Bridge Classic, that's just a little bit east of where he is, going towards the South
96.
Australia-Victoria border. So he would look at opens maybe in places like Mildura,
95.
possibly Swan Hill, Broken Hill, which was famously where Mad Max was filmed, but they have a tournament there every year. He's starting to play more nationwide stuff, and
140.
his international experience is taking a huge leap here in 2025.
60. Adam, you require
I'll be honest with you, some of those
130.
place names sound like they should be from The Hobbit.
Well, Mildura is very famous for oranges, not leeks. It's because of the climate, very, very
50.
dry. Bit like Adam's sense of humour.
140. Adam, you require 80.
Well, he's engineered a good advantage in this leg. That's not going to help him, though. In fact, that's sloppy from Adam Leek. And Zeboom is just creeping up behind him on 110.
55. Zereso, you require 110.
Might that sloppiness be punished with another ton-plusser from Zeboom? We have a dart, a double top,
Game
and he
shot on the
takes his
fifth leg.
chance. And he's
Zereso
back in
Zeboom.
front again.
Sixth leg, Zereso.
What is
to
it with
Faro
Zereso,
first.
Zeboom, and these
Game
ton-plus
on.
outshots? He's already had a 1-2-1 in this match.
You know how they say that Australian nicknames have an O at the end? Well, ZZ's Australian nickname is going to be
100.
Combo.
For 140.
For the first time today, it really does look like Adam Leek is getting his chin down and working hard.
60.
It's all been good fun to this point, but Zeboom's made him think. And if ZZ gets the win here, I think this will be seen as an upset. This is a good performance. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. 91 average. And it's getting a little bit better.
180. $59. Zereso, you require 161.
We have seen Zeboom hit 121, 110, no 161 to win it.
97.
But what a good position he's put himself in. We said that he desperately wanted that opening victory of his campaign, and to get it against someone like Adam Leake,
60.
Who will be fancied
Zereso,
to finish in the
64.
top 4. Look at this.
Game shot and a match.
So effective,
Zereso,
so
Zeboom.
ruthless, so efficient from Zeboom, averaging over 94, and he did not miss a dart at double in the match. A match which included a 1-2-1 outshot, a 110 outshot. Just the 180, but scoring was solid from the Dutchman, and he picks up his first win. Immaculate on the outer ring. He wins by 4 legs to 2 against Adam Leake.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, and 7 games have been completed, so at the 1/3 point we have to let you know what's happened. And as for the last game, ZZ Boom gets himself his first 2 points at the expense of Adam Leek, who earlier on had won 4-0 against Denmark's Ivan Springborg Poulsen. In fact, there's only one person now who is sans points, and that is, unfortunately, Joanne Oldershaw, who has taken one leg in her 2 games. We'll wait a little bit longer to see Joanne back at the hockey, but as you can see, it's Stuart Dutton at the top. He's undefeated, and he'll be feeling atop the world. No tall joke there, because Lurch was fabulous at the end of his last game with Wilson, Leek and Bristow in pursuit. There's still a long way to go in Group 4 though. As far as fixtures on paper being concerned, this is probably the one that sticks out the most, especially in a domestic sense. 2 of the best ADC players in the country are about to go toe-to-toe. And I guess when these guys were looking at the draw, Henry, and they realised they were in the same group, they thought, well, when am I going to play this guy? It could be crucial. I suppose it's more crucial at this stage for Carl because he's in pursuit of Lurch.
Yeah, and that's mainly because of the way that the fixtures are done at these global championships. Carl Wilson has played 1-1-1. Stuart Dutton's played 2-1-2.
Game on.
So it's one of those contests where, because of the 4th and 7th element, a defeat isn't necessarily disastrous, but a victory here just opens up all sorts of possibilities.
85.
I went for this man, and he'll already be getting close to the next stage.
82.
But what can we learn from the Wilson win in game number 4? Nowhere near his best average, nowhere near his best doubling.
100.
Was it just a case of maybe negotiating the opponent at the time and realising that later in the day he's going to have to find even more?
Quite possibly. It was nowhere near what we've come to expect from Carl Wilson, but that's mainly down to the fact that he missed 12 darts at a double in that contest against Zereso Zeboom, who himself missed 9 at the outer ring. The scoring was okay. The finishing left a fair bit to be
93.
desired.
As long as you get the 4 hits. That's what most players will tell you. But how many attempts
101.
is he going to get?
Sure,
Because in that last game that Dutton played, he scored really well.
Well, he's not going to find the 146. We've already seen the bullseye missed for the
82.
big fish today. That was from even
170.
Springborg Poulsen against Adam Leek. And that would have been for Gok to have got 1 on the board.
52. Stuart, you require 64.
Pick a double to leave, and that double is atop the board.
44. Carl, you require 118.
Nice marker for a 60. But he doesn't get the kiss that he wanted.
58. Stuart, you require
He's going to return that mistletoe.
Him and Dutton, or should I say double 10 and Dutton, have become rather a relationship so far
No
today.
score.
But a bit of a love-hate one in equal
Carl, you
measure.
require 60.
I think double 10 is going to be sleeping in the spare bed.
Game shot on
Because
the
that
first
leg's
leg.
been lost.
Carl Wilson.
He doesn't need double 10.
Second leg, Stuart to
Think about the areas of the
Game
country
on.
that these guys are playing in with their ADC activity. We mentioned Carl playing in
85.
East Sussex, all around Royal Tunbridge Wells, Uckfield. Uckfield is famous for Lord Lucan, by the way. That's where he was last seen.
134.
But Dutton plays a lot of his stuff in Milton Keynes, which is famous for Fallon Sherrick, of course. Aylesbury, which is famous for the ADC.
100.
And Olney Village. If you've never seen Olney before, it is beautiful. It's your quintessential countryside
140.
big village. It's got a great deal of great architecture, and I can imagine playing darts in Olney would be rather fun.
And he has been doing a lot of
58.
meaningful practice in preparation for this. And what I mean by that is, we saw Shane Turner and Adam Mould yesterday. Well, he kicks about playing a lot of vault events with them too. So I can imagine the last few weeks has been a lot of meaningful gameplay between them three.
I don't think, based on what we know about Adam and Stuart,
100.
there's going to be a great deal
Carl,
of
you
bragging
require
rights
131.
action going on there. I think it's support each other to the end.
55.
But if there were any bragging
Stuart, you
rights,
require 158.
Dutton's got them right now. But it's Wilson who's getting the jump.
44. Carl,
With
you
2-0
require
lead.
76.
And importantly, for a breaker throw, which will really see him take command of this contest. He's going to get a dart at double top.
56.
Drops low. Dutton,
Stuart, you
who's
require
already had a 109 today,
114.
looking at 114 to level things up.
It's promising.
74. Carl, you require 20.
His last effort at tops was a bit low. I just think he went a little bit higher than usual. And that's
No
a bit
score.
lower than usual.
Stuart, you require 40.
An invitation to put it all right from the first leg. You said it, Henry. Double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
You said it was love
Stuart
hate.
does.
It was hate love.
Therefore, we are
Third leg,
one
Carl,
apiece.
to Faro first.
Now, I don't want to
Game
cast
on.
aspersions here, Nico, but Stuart Dutton being from High Wycombe and wearing the sky blue colours of Wycombe Wanderers on his shirt.
Same as Adam from
96.
yesterday. It's quite a fetching shade of blue, isn't it?
59.
I think there was a lot of attention paid to the colour, but not the graphics. I think it was a case of, oh, I like that font, we'll just go with that.
100.
Graphic design is my passion.
You know what they say, less is more.
There's certainly less on there.
45.
Yeah, less in the shirt department, but more in the height department.
As for Carl Wilson, he's got the Kent Invicta on his shirt. The infamous horse that is emblazoned on their county flag.
105.
Looks more like a Ferrari car, doesn't it, that dart shirt?
Well, you wouldn't want to be driving like a Ferrari at this present moment in time. Just ask Lewis Hamilton.
140.
Especially the weather outside. Nice weather if you're a duck. Great darts weather.
100.
Dutton tends to push the darts a lot. Bit of right shoulder activity.
97.
It's worked
Carl,
pretty
you
well
require 100.
so far today. But he might be under more pressure now.
Game shot on the
There you
third
go.
leg. Carl
That's what he can do. Another ton
Fourth
plus
leg, Stuart
finish
to Faro
over the
first.
last couple of
Game
days.
on.
It has been extraordinary how many have been found. And it's not just because we've got
96.
more games on a day like today than usual. It's the regularity of the ton plus checkouts that we're seeing. It is very impressive.
Well, that's ton plus checkout number
100.
6, and we're moving through game 8, so we're pretty much getting one every game and a half on average.
100.
And that's more than usual. Not everybody can do a Graham Usher, which is get 4 in 4 legs.
57.
Including a 9 dart to that particular effort.
Yeah, that's a performance that may never be replicated.
145.
But if Stuart's going to replicate this, the kind of performance you saw from him in Game 6, that will take him far. Best average of the day, 99.4. And he did that, missing 6 darts at double.
Stuart, you require 160.
Well, we've seen this already today from ZZ, but we're not going to see it from Dutton.
122.
Shouldn't really mention ZZ around lunchtime. It'll make us rather peckish.
Or rather sleepy.
96. Stuart, you require 38.
Double 19. You can see plenty of it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
There you go.
Stuart Dutton.
That little lean to the left of the dart
Fifth
meant
leg,
that he
Carl
did not have to
throw
move.
first. Game
That,
on.
or you could just see over the top of it because he is a walking crane.
Well, I know how much a fan you are of patterns, and so far in this game, Wilson's held in 20, Dutton's followed suit in 20, then Wilson held in 14,
60.
and Dutton's followed suit in 14.
So what you're saying, Henry, is it's like beat the score darts, which is actually a very healthy mindset
135.
when you're playing a rival. You just try and beat what they get. So they score 100, you try and get a 125 or a 137, something like that.
100.
They get a 180, good luck.
Can that sometimes be the psyche of back in the day when you could elect to put a player into bat, so to speak? Was that part of the psyche behind that?
Absolutely. It's an old school attitude of if they score 60, I'll score a ton. If they score 85, I'll score a ton. If they score a ton, I'll get a 140. It's staying in the moment. I don't think it was used as a psychological tool back in the day. It was more a case of trying to get players to
99.
focus on what they're doing. Nowadays, we know more about the psychology of darts. And that in itself would be very strong again, because it has you thinking about the now and now alone
96.
and nothing else.
Do you require 167?
Well, Dutton leaving himself 167 for a crucial break. Bullseye.
142.
Clips the wire.
Carl, you require 145.
Dutton is still looking for the button. He isn't anymore.
109.
That is really good
You
from
require
Wilson.
25.
Really creative as well. Double 12.
1.
Oh, he's missed the marker. He was trying to bump it in.
Carl,
And he's
you
missed the
require
barrel.
36.
And he may have missed a big trick here. Because Wilson here to hang on to his throw.
Game showing a
And that's
fifth leg.
exactly what he does
Carl
by
Wilson.
pinning that double 9. And Stuart Dutton knows that is a big opportunity that's come to pass.
Sixth leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Adrian Gray is watching this live on Pluto TV today, because Wilson and Gray have been going at it
39.
in the southeast region for the ADC. I think you need
58.
really avid people in your area to make things work for the long term. Stuart's area's had Adam Mould.
56.
Nobody has beat the drum of the ADC more than him. And in the southeast, arguably, you'd have to say Adrian and Carl, amongst others.
58.
Yeah, from Hastings, Adrian. Although their local radio station, if their AM frequency isn't 1066, and they've got something wrong with them.
125.
I think the most impressive part of that part of the world is that there is a town called Battle. Very close by. But there's no little village in the middle called
97.
Of. It's a missed open goal, that.
59.
He's going to have to move.
96.
That's worked out okay. But he is going to need Stuart to slip up here. Don't see it happening.
140.
That is exemplary. Really good opportunity to take us all the way now.
Just beginning to put his foot on the gas a little bit, forcing the issue of Carl Wilson. And perhaps a play give frustration for Stuart Dutton. This could have been a match-winning
Stuart, you require
opportunity. Spurn a
82.
handful of doubles in the previous leg. He's going to get one at tops to take us all the way.
62.
That goes low, and so Carl Wilson here should
Carl,
get
you
two and a
require
double of choice
52.
to win this match 4-2.
To join Dutton on 4 points.
Game shot. And
Deadly.
A match. Carl
Absolutely
Wilson.
deadly. Full of smiles for the first time today. Carl Wilson is a multiple-time winner, and it's the first time that Dutton has suffered defeat. Really good battle. The averages are very close, but look at the doubles. A pole apart. Wilson gets the points, and he wins by 4 legs to 2.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Game 9 of our day here at the ADC Global Championship, and it is a meeting between Jimmy Bristow and even Springborg Poulsen. Before the break, we saw Carl Wilson get the better of Stuart Dutton by 4 legs to 2. That for Carl, 2 wins out of 2 for Stuart Dutton, a first defeat of the day, and it does feel like this Group 4 may well be the most competitive one that we've seen yet throughout the course of this week here on the south coast of England. For Ivan and Jimmy, well, a chance for Jimmy to really join that mix and move on to 4 points of victory here. For Ivan, he can do likewise, both having won 1 and lost 1 of their opening matches so far. Jimmy got off to a winning start, beating Zereso Zeboom by 4 legs to 2 before then his previous match being defeated 4-1 by Stuart Dutton. As far as Ivan's day is concerned, he lost 4-0 to Adam Leake and then got the better of Joanne Oldershaw by 4 legs to 1. However, is it also fair to say, Noel McCorn, that Jimmy Bristow's perhaps played the better stuff so far in this session?
One of the perplexing things about this sport, Henry, Jimmy, to me, the old-fashioned eye test, has played better than Ivan so far today. But in the standings, after 2 matches, both have 2 points. Both have a -1 leg difference. And so they are separated only on legs 1. Jimmy Bristow has won 5 legs. Ivan Springborg Poulsen has won 4 legs. And that is all that separates them. So it is strange how perception can play a part. But this feels like a significant contest. Either player hovering either side of the dotted line.
140.
Of course, you want to finish above it. So this feels significant for both players here.
And how important these kind of personal head-to-heads
41.
could be when it comes to the standings in this particular group. Bristow's got 6 and 116 to get himself on the board and to
60.
routinely hold throw in leg 1.
$95. Jimmy Carr 56.
Double 18.
Getting shot on the first leg, Jimmy Bristow.
First leg goes the way of Jimmy Bristow.
Second leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Don't see many young Jimmies these days, do you? It's a nickname
95.
for a gentleman of a slightly older vintage called James. Maybe he's making a bit of a comeback.
139.
We've got Jimmy Bristow, Jimmy Van Schie.
$140. $81.
Yeah, I think we've exhausted our knowledge of Jimmy's under the age of 35 there, with 2.
That's probably because there's all that left.
99.
Anyone who's called James these days just calls himself James.
49. Ivan the car 167.
167 here for Springborg. He's got 6 from here. He's going to need that full quotation of darts.
84.
Yeah, stodged his way a little bit, didn't he, through the opening stages against Joanne Oldershaw.
140. Ivan the car 83.
Can he make this more efficient when it comes to picking up his first leg?
65.
Quite a distance away from the double 9. Well, I was looking for double 18. He's in the 4.
44. Ivan the car 18.
And there is a potential fear here for Jimmy because he won his opening match. If he was to find himself on the wrong end of the scoreline here, he may feel as if things are going badly wrong very quickly after a rather positive start to his day.
Happened to Adam Mould yesterday, although Mould went off the bookie's favourite. So that was perhaps more of a surprise. But
100.
Mouldy started excellently yesterday in his first game, as did Jimmy. But sometimes you can just
60.
tail off and fade away, and that can be challenging to negotiate.
And trust me, nobody likes it when Mould goes off. Well, that went off. And that's the first max of this contest going the way of Jimmy Bristow. Haven't seen a great deal of 180s throughout the course of the day. In fact, only on one occasion today somebody hit more than 180 in the contest, and that was Stuart Dutton against Jimmy
60
in his previous match.
Yeah, and that was one of the best performances of the day. 40% on the doubles, 99.4 average. Bit of a marker from Dutton.
41.
Get the feeling this is going to be a congested group. There will be some wrestling to be done in and around
Give the car 120.
those 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. Needs a single. Plenty of room for the double.
Getting shot on the 3rd leg, Jimmy Bristow.
Nicely done by Jimmy Bristow. It's another ton topper for us in Group 4 at the ADC Global Championship.
First, game on.
And it's a significant leg because it puts him in the lead. And we were talking about Jimmy being able to build 55 and bounce back. He's in a good position here.
Tell you what, that second dart was a little bit nervy for a second because that nearly caught the flight and then nearly bust 41. The score. We saw a couple of times at Modus Super Series Champions Week last week, perhaps most evidently from David Evans on a 94, found the treble 18. 100. His attempt at top drop so low it hit the treble and burst his score. And let's not talk about Chris Dobie's 9 dart attempt at Minehead a few weeks back.
60.
Well, you speak about Chris Dobie, and actually, when it comes to PDC darts, around about a couple of months ago, I saw some data where the numbers had been crunched, and Chris Dobie was the most proficient in the PDC of hitting the big number on a checkout. Very rarely
85.
misses the target when it comes to the big single and combination finishes. About 96% of the time, he hits what he's looking for.
58.
But the fascinating thing was, the worst player in terms of hitting the big number was operating around 91%. So there's just
85.
a 5% discrepancy between those who are missing more regularly and those that are hitting almost every time. That is the fine margins at the elite level of the sport.
94. Over the car, 116.
It's all about consistency, and these two have consistently been operating at roughly the same level themselves
Green
today.
shoulder, 4-5.
And we have
Under
consistently
Springborg,
seen
Poulsen.
ton plus finishes. A second of this match.
Fifth leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Another of this group. And it's 2-2 Springborg Poulsen, this time treating us to a 1-1-6.
8th ton plus checkout of the day so far as Jimmy Bristow piles in his second max. 116 joining the 113 in Springborg's ton plus catalogue for the day. We're not going to see a 1-4-1 in this leg right now from Jimmy Bristow. Never seen a 9 darter at the
57.
ADC Global Championship. Although admittedly we're only into year 2 of the tournament.
43.
Yeah, we've got a few things to tick off the bingo card, haven't we, here at the ADC Global Championship? Haven't seen a 170 yet this year.
100.
But we have seen a record-breaking averages. 111. From Johnny Haynes on the
93.
opening day. Special performance. That will take some beating, you get the feeling. That
100.
record probably is going to stick around.
And if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in these pool stages where the format's just slightly shorter. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye here because Springborg's not on a finish. Did the right thing there with
54.
68 left. Was looking for the treble to lead double 4. Is going to come back for 32. And now we are seeing Poulsen just begin to drag a few more into that
82.
single 5 region. Does recover with the last.
Well, the finishing so far in this game has been very, very good. This to continue that.
No score.
Can't barge his way through.
102.
Can you do it again? Not like that, you can't. That is the worst possible miss on 102.
82. Jimmy the car, 32.
Quite literally the only way he couldn't have ensured of a finish after Dart 1. Well, 32 makes it 3-2 in the favour of Jimmy Bristow. And he's one away from getting himself back on the winning trail in this Group 4. Moving 2 clear of Poulsen, 2 clear of Zeboom, and 4 clear of Joanne Oldershaw, who occupies the foot of the table. Joanne takes on Carl Wilson next, and then ZZ takes on Stuart Dutton in the game thereafter.
$43.
It's also worth noting as well that every position has a monetary value to it. So the bottom place player in this first stage group will get £500. The 6th place player gets 600. The 5th place player gets 700. Then the 4 winners then get paid out in the next phase, depending on how they do.
$100. $42. Jimmy the car, 124.
Brilliant. Brilliant, Bristow. 1-2-4 to win it. Another ton plus checkout, and this time it clinches the match. And we said that might be an important one. Jimmy Bristow managing to muscle his way past the Dane. Event Springborg Poulsen a better average, but look at those checkout percentages. 57% for Bristow, 2/3 on the outer ring for Poulsen. And a game littered with ton plus outshots, but it goes the way of Bristow. He wins by 4 legs to 2. This is the ADC Global Championship, and on the 4th of January, someone will be lifting the trophy. Just the second edition of this tournament. The first was won by South African Devon Peterson, who is in the field. So we will have to wait a couple of weeks to find out, at the very least, who will be this year's global champion. First up, it's the group phase. 7 players, of which 4 progress to the knockout stage.
Joanne to throw first.
And Joanne Oldershaw is currently the only player in this group yet to taste victory. As for Carl Wilson, he's in
40.
A handsome position, looking to get the job done and book his spot to return. It feels a little bit of a case of now or never for Joanne Oldershaw. I don't know whether you agree, Paul
42.
Nicholson.
I have to agree. The clock is ticking. And over the last 3 days, there's been at least 1 win for everyone.
26.
I think Joanne will shoulder that pressure a little bit because she won't want to come here today under the lights on the stage and not taste victory.
140.
But against Wilson, who really did show up at times in his previous game, this is a tall task for Joanne.
55.
But when you've got someone in the group who's tasted defeat a couple of times, that actually puts pressure on someone like Carl, because he's expected to do exactly the same as the others.
58.
I don't know what it's like in East Sussex, but... well, I do. I used to live there. But
81.
not every darts venue has mixed darts. This is more common these days, which is really good.
100.
In parts of the country, in yesteryear, the ladies had one side of the club where they could play and they weren't allowed in the bar. They weren't allowed in certain parts of the venue.
100.
Club
Colour
rules.
car 81.
I'm so glad those rules are gone, because we can get matches like this.
Double six.
69.
We'll have to wait if he's going to win the first leg. Joanne not on a finish, but I agree wholeheartedly. The growth of the ladies' game has been superb. We're seeing levels and standards that, simply put, we haven't ever seen before.
40. Colour
And that
car
will
12.
only trend in the right direction. Wilson
Game
this
shot the
time
first
pins
leg,
the
Carl
double
Wilson.
six. Gets himself in front. And when it comes
Second
to the
leg, Carl,
ladies'
the through
darts,
first. Game on.
speaking about trending in the right direction, Joanne has been competing in events like the England Classic and the England Masters, reaching the last 16. She was beaten in the England Classic by Paige
56.
Pauling, who's another young talent, which many people know all about. And Paige Pauling has been speaking this week about the inspiration of the likes of Bo
41.
Greaves, someone to look up to and aspire to be like. And we will see more players coming through as the game grows.
We all need that.
96.
And it's players like Joanne, isn't it, who are leading the way. And maybe not necessarily in terms of performance level or being at the optimum, but more so just
77.
being there and playing. I think there's a lot to be said for just doing it.
I think there's a lot to be said for having someone to aspire to that is not that dissimilar to you.
100.
So when Paige Pauling's looking at Bo Greaves, she will say, well, she's not that much older than me. And what was she doing at my age? But
55.
the point I'm about to make is relating to this week. Because if you're 60 years of age and you can throw a decent dart, if you watched Johnny Haynes this week, I'm sure you were
85.
inspired.
Johnny Haynes was playing against players like Zanti Vandenberg, who's 40 years younger than him.
26.
And it's got to be one of the most
164.
inclusive sports in the world. Especially with age.
Well, Wilson won't be included in the
77.
164 club so far at this ADC Global Championship. But he's left 87 after 15 darts.
60. Colour car
Joanne
87.
unable to find a treble, so Wilson has plenty of manoeuvrability here, especially if you drift into the single three.
39.
He's not going to be happy with that. Even though he is coming back. You'd think from something like 87, you'd be leaving a double with 3 darts in hand. He's still got to burn one.
85. Colour car 48.
For double, marker.
16. Joanne, your car
Can't use it.
157.
You can see what he was trying to do. He's trying to click the flight on the right-hand side. He is going to come back for 32, though.
42. Colour
There's
car
got to be
32.
a few more trebles in there to ask a question of Gok. That is his nickname.
Game shot on the second leg.
As
Carl
terrible
Wilson.
as his nickname is, his last start of that leg was rather
Third
good.
leg, Joanne to through first. Game on.
Yeah, he's not going to go far with the marketing department with that nickname, is he, Niall? It's not quite Niley Minogue.
60.
Told you I wasn't going to let it lie.
That's only relevant because we were talking about Australian
85.
players with Brandon Weening yesterday. So you are only permitted to call me that when Adam Leake is playing. No other time will I accept it. Thank you. That's the end of that conversation.
Okay, so the one time I was allowed,
26.
that would have been for game 12 against Jimmy Bristow, so I've gone too early.
$140.
He's cruising at the minute. Very, very comfortable with the level of play he's able to produce. He might not even need his best darts
30.
today. He will understand that today is a job. It's about getting yourself into the next stage. But if he were to win the group,
96.
he would go into group 4 with Johnson, Hale, Verbrewer and Dawson.
Well, that is an interesting point because first couple of days, the players that were here at the Global
121.
Championship, the group brackets were empty. They were the ones filling them. I just wonder, as we head down the final straight later today,
78.
whether players will be looking at the shake-up of those knockout groups now that they are populated with players and thinking, I don't want to finish second because I might end in a group with X player. Whereas at the
70.
start of the week, there was no one in those groups. So you just wanted to finish in the top 4. Now listen, you'll take qualification in any way, shape or form that it comes. But we do have a different dynamic, maybe,
62.
to today.
Absolutely. Especially when these very wise players know the format. 4 to go through to the next stage. After that, it's just 1. Because it's
100.
double
Caldercar,
round
40.
robin in the next stage.
Double 10.
No score.
Busts.
John Yucar, 94.
Drops too low. Next door into the wrong double. That's double 15. So Joanne, an opportunity at 94.
I make that the 3rd time today that someone's hit double 15
36.
going for double 10.
Caldercar, 40.
Back to square 1. And double 10 again.
Game
And this
shown the
time
third
it's
leg,
fine.
Carl Wilson.
Now, just for argument's sake, you mentioned
Fourth leg,
second
Calder
in the
through
group.
first. Game on.
That would put you in with Johnny Haynes, Stein de Klerk, and Shane Turner. If we're looking for a group of death next week, it's probably group 3. That's
140.
Wes Newton, Ricardo Ham, and Gary Stone.
Definitely think players will be looking at that later today.
125.
Unlucky not to grab the maximum there.
That was an Undertaker-style eye roll there from Joanne. And that was because she really wanted that maximum. But again, that drift
100.
to the left.
Just returning to the previous point. As you mentioned, it's double round robin. So
100.
if you end up in a group with players you don't want to play, you're going to have to play them twice. Not just once, twice. And that changes things again
100.
in terms of mentality, in terms of feel.
Yeah, someone's going to have to play Tom Sykes twice. Good luck with that. He was menacing a couple of days
52.
ago.
Caldercar, 161.
Quite the compliment for someone from Yorkshire, considering Dennis Priestley's called the Menace.
64.
Very steady, very wise darts. Wilson not far away from victory here to make it 3 defeats from 3 for Joanne.
45. Caldercar, 97.
This 97 will win it. I was looking for the 38 points. That would have
38.
left him another shot. Didn't need to go for it, did he? Let's face it.
No, he didn't. I used the word wise to describe his action a little bit earlier in the match. That wasn't wise.
42. Caldercar, 59.
This could be.
Tops. And it's a
Being shown
win
the
for
match,
Carl
Carl
Wilson. He wins by 4 legs to 0. An important win. Joanne Oldershaw still waiting for her first victory in this group at the ADC Global Championship. Not the most explosive Carl Wilson performance that you'll ever see, but he is victorious by 4 legs to 0.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. And earlier today, Carl Wilson was the last to tour the Oki. But now, after 10 games, he's the one who's leading the pack on 6 points. He's doing a very effective job and is inching towards qualification already. But in our middle match of the day, it is Stuart Dutton up against Zeboom to see who gets the next 2 points. A win for ZZ. He goes to 4 with Stuart. Dutton with a win goes to 6 with Carl Wilson.
First leg, Zereso to Faro first. Game on.
And after a little bit of a break of 2 games, ZZ would like to go boom again because in his previous performance, his ton plus shooting was
55.
very, very good to end legs. And that's the kind of performance that we know is in his locker, but it just doesn't seem to come out enough, Henry Deacon.
No, there's an innate talent there with Zereso, but as you say, it's about harnessing it on a more consistent basis. And that was kind of the assessment
54.
of his Modus Super Series week he had here back in Series 12, where there was a lot of things to like, but there was also a lot of edges to smoothen.
180.
Well, that was as smooth as silk from Dutton.
39.
Why is it more impressive to see a 180 from Dutton than maybe anybody else in this group because of the tungsten he's using?
Well, just a slight pause in this contest, hoping to be back in a few moments' time. But it does give us an opportunity to reflect upon what we've seen already today, Nico. And it's been a group which has been dominated by the likes of Carl Wilson, and we've seen Stuart Dutton do some decent stuff today, and Adam Leake obviously getting off to a quick start. It does feel like 3 players so far that have really taken control of proceedings. This is what we have seen so far. Who in particular for you, Nico, has stood out?
It's got to be Wilson. I think we expected him to turn up and play well. He hasn't played to his best yet, but he's been better than anybody else, and the points table does not lie. So let's revel in the fact that Wilson was the favourite and is still doing good stuff.
So this is the state of play Group 4. This is the 4th day of 8 that we've got in terms of action in these preliminary round stages. The top 4 players in these groups will then make it through to stage 2. And then from stage 2, we'll have 8 players that will then play in the grand finals. That will be on January the 4th, the day after the World Championship final. Now, the finals day of the Global Championship will be played in front of a crowd here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you do want to be here for it, this is just a little bit of a sampling of what you can see here in Portsmouth. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time into the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now. Steve West is embracing it. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this tacked-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Day January the 4th is the date of the ADC Global Championship final in 2026, and this is how you could be here. If you scan that QR code, it takes you over to www.dartshop.tv, and if you're a fan of the Modus Super Series, tickets will go on sale for the beginning of 2026 there as well, so why don't you come and join us for a night at the Arrows. Now, it is most certainly an intimate venue, a venue which is only a couple of years ago see Luke Littler win titles here. Devon Peterson, of course, tried to defend this global championship crown, and this really is an amazing venue, Nico, isn't it? When you've got the old church characteristics, and because of it, it really is a case of the building becomes canvas in front of a crowd. Now, we are set to get back underway in this game between Zereso, Zeboom and Stuart Dutton. We're at the midway point of the first leg. Slight technical discrepancy just delaying the game somewhat, but we are ready to get back underway, and it is going to be
Resumption of the first
Stuart
leg,
Dutton to do exactly that. So, the game resumes, and Hopefully, the players aren't too far affected by that particular stoppage.
134.
If we are going to have a stoppage, probably best to have it in the middle portion of the first leg, because that way it doesn't
60.
really benefit anyone or hinder anyone. It's just a case of press pause and we'll come back.
107.
Well, there's been a half-time in this first leg, and Dutton has been brilliant in both halves.
63. Stuart, you require 40.
Double top
Game
for
shot on the
13
first
dart
leg.
breaking throw
Stuart
to
Dutton.
take out the opening leg.
Second leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
It is quite interesting, you know, Henry, because when Stuart was on tour, I used to see him
54.
around the venues, always wearing yellow. You couldn't miss him. He's really tall.
55.
But you see the way that some players who used to be known as young players, I mean, Stu's not young anymore. He's 42. You see people's journeys through different mediums these days. Real life, a little bit of statage online.
100.
Now you see him at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the ADC Global Championship. I think he's the living embodiment of what could be possible
100.
for a dart player over the course of 20 years. He's actually doing it backwards, because he started on the PDC Pro Tour,
100.
and 20 years later he's in the ADC Global Championship, which is the amateur prize at the end of the rainbow, at the end of 2025.
However, we've seen the likes of Andy Hamilton do
125.
that, where he's played in PDC World Championships and then played in the BDO World Championship on a couple of occasions.
Well, nobody's ever going to
100.
do what Christopher
Stuart, you
Tyski did.
require 82.
He won a major first, then he won a Players' Championship, then he won a Challenge Tour after that. That'll never happen again.
42.
Top's nearly happened
Zereso,
again.
you require 146.
Yeah, Christopher Tyski, the 2017 BDO World Masters champion.
Food for thought here for ZZ.
78.
Might be food for thought
Stuart,
with a
you require
2-0
40.
deficit. Just follow that line.
Game shot
Or
on the
don't.
second leg.
Whatever you want,
Stuart
Stu.
Dutton. Third leg, Zereso to throw first.
He's definitely
Game
not
on.
stewing after the little break in the first leg. If he has got any ambitions of maybe going back to the
120.
Pro Tour and creating a bit of an image like Stephen Bunting's done, you could even get some Lurch merch.
100.
Just having a look at that 2017 World Masters. Some interesting players in there. Obviously, she mentioned Vitaski, Cameron
100.
Menzies, Gabriel Clements, James Hull, Jim Williams, all tour card holders. Martin Phillips, Mark McGeaney and Glenn Dutton also in there.
100.
Yeah, Jim Williams has recently just lost his tour card, hasn't he? Be interesting to see what he does next year.
Well, when he was here back in the previous project in
140.
Southampton, he was one of the most prolific winners.
140.
This is an imposing
Zereso, you require
performance from Dutton so
141.
far. Zeboom is going to have to get a hold of this soon, or he's going to leave himself with way too much to do.
Stuart, you require 161.
So 161 for Dutton. Couldn't quite keep his finger on the button.
54. Zereso, you
So
require 76.
Zereso here looking at 76 to get some kind of footmark in the game.
60.
Unable to get, and so Stuart is back.
Stuart, you require
107.
107.
Hasn't had a combination finish in this game yet, but that may be about to change.
Game shot on the third leg.
Sometimes you got to
Stuart
embrace
Dutton.
change, and that kind of change is what Stuart
Fourth leg,
wanted.
Stuart to throw first.
Wonderfully
Game
done.
on.
And the reaction at the end, I like that.
He's coming out of his cage and he's doing just fine.
125.
However, he wants to be on the up if he wants it all.
70.
And no, it didn't start out with a kiss, Nico.
He's definitely getting some joy on
59.
tops, isn't he? It's not a given that a tall player would prefer tops, you know. Vincent van der Voort preferred
100.
double 16 for a very long time. And smaller players tend to like tops. Darren Webster, Phil Taylor,
19.
Robert Thornton. They all adored tops.
Oh, Jimmy Van Ski's a double 18 man, for example.
58.
It's all personal preference about how your dart hovers before your eye and what looks good. I think Zizi would like any double right now. He might not get any.
Sounds a little bit like my game. Just take any double which you can get.
136.
But this a really efficient
Stuart,
display. Well, I say
87.
efficient. This has been really good. Averaging in excess of a ton. Just under 101 for Stuart Dutton. This for 4-0 win. Well, that was a tremendous performance from Stuart Dutton. A 4-0 win. An average of 100.2. 60 darts for those 4 legs. And Zereso Zeboom is in a bit of trouble all of a sudden. But for Stuart Dutton, he is now in such a good position to progress. He moves on to 6 points in the group. When we return in a few moments' time, we're going to see Jimmy Bristow take on Adam Leake. This could be some contest. Welcome back. We're at the halfway point of our day here at the ADC Global Championship. It's the 4th day of Phase 1 group action. Saturday night, we saw the Modus Super Series come to a close for 2025 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and every dart was brought to you live on Pluto TV, where another young star was born in Portsmouth. He's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 14, and he finds a double 14, and all of a sudden Fortuna behind, Derek Coulson's back on turn. It's the Madhouse, and it's rather obscured, but he nettles away through.
Neil Duff's afforded more match-winning chances, and this time Neil Duff does not make a mistake.
For 3-0, and full command of the contest. Double 16, the Castleford Tigers quest to eventually pick up that elusive double 10 for 1 ball check and a 12 darter. But Champagne Charlie Manby's service bubbling up, isn't he?
Now needs double tops with 2 darts in hand. 10 cents is top of the group.
1 dart in hand, tops the target, tops is found, and Charlie Manby does sail past.
Going to be lucky number 7. The Castleford Tiger is into his 3rd Champions League final.
Unstoppable.
Double 8 is found. Can he keep his cool? Yes, he can. Charlie Manby, the 3rd player under the age of 21 to lift the Super Series title. Luke Littler and Jensen Walker being the other 2 players to do so. So Series 13 gets underway in January, but we're back into the action here at the ADC Global Championship. This is game 12 of our session. Jimmy Bristow takes on Adam Leake, and that, well, the trophy they're playing for comes Sunday, January the 4th. For Jimmy Bristow, it's been a bit of an up and down day so far. Won his first, lost his second, but did recover with a good performance against even Springborg Poulsen. A 4-2 win, 2 ton plus checkouts, including a 1-2-4 in that game against the Dane. Before the break, we saw the best performance of the session from Stuart Dutton, a 4-0 win over Zereso Zeboom, averaging 100.2, 4 from 7 on his doubles, including a 107 checkout. Adam Leake kicked off the day well with a 4-0 win against even Springborg Poulsen. However, lost in his previous match by 4 legs to 2 against Zereso Zeboom. So for the Australian, who most of his matches come in the second half of the day, this feels like an important encounter now, McCorn.
Afternoon, HD.
45.
Yeah, it's an obvious thing to say, but they all are, aren't they, really? But now we've progressed past the halfway point. There is no better time to start playing your best darts. And Adam Leake has made the best start possible.
85.
He's had a lot of time to stew following his previous match. And for once, you don't really want Leake in a stew.
Yeah, we were discussing that configuration earlier on, weren't we? About every player will have a break of 4 games at one stage during the day and also a break of just 1 game. And it's about how you navigate that.
81.
You can't choose where that falls. But the difficulty can be if you're seeing other players win. If you're watching other players win and going above you in the table and you're in the practice room, you're itching to do something about it and you can't. Now's your chance if your name's Adam Lee. Didn't pick off the bull or the 25.
57.
A single
Jimmy
18.
require 130.
Needs a treble.
I mean, Dart 2 was awkward because,
45.
as you can see, Dart 1,
Adam, you
the flight was
require
just kind of in the
84.
way, kicking up a little bit. There wasn't too much of the treble in which to aim at. So Leek comes back here looking at 84. 14 for the bull. The bullet is...
59.
Well, the line was
Jimmy
okay. It
require
was just
85.
pitched a little bit too low. And Bristow himself may only get one dart at that target, but by finding the treble, he gets two in hand at
Game
tops.
show on the first
And that was
leg. Jimmy
clinically
Bristow.
killed off by Bristow there to take a 1-0
Second
lead.
leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
One thing Adam can ill afford to do, particularly in the scoring
43.
phase, is see a dart drop low because they stand so centrally up to attention. Anything that drops low just obscures the target,
83.
which is why it wouldn't be a surprise that if that first dart drops low, if he can, he'll chase down the board.
Yeah, and the angle of entry will have a lot to do with his height
100.
as well, as he just clings on to the 60 there with that last start. Very different to players of smaller
100.
stature. You think of the best that there's ever been, throwing upwards towards the target. Naturally, the dart's on the way down with players like Leakey and, of course, Jimmy Van Schie, possibly the biggest example of this, as he tucks away a lovely 177. They're almost throwing down at the target, so there's no other way for the dart to go into the board other than
90.
stand up at quite an aggressive angle. Well, you mentioned the scoring phase, Henry.
105.
And Leek has been all over the scoring phase in this leg as he looks to chase a leveller.
44.
Potential
Adam,
14
you
dart
require
if he can take this
76.
out cleanly. And he's got 6 of them here because Bristow's left himself on 184. He's going to get 2 in hand at double 8. 2 4s.
72.
And you could tell that was the thing that he was scared about doing more than anything. There was a bit of a trepidatious look on his face, knowing that if he moved inside, things could get unnecessarily tricky now.
58. Adam, you require 4.
And that's the problem with what we were talking about with the angle of entry. Had no choice but to move over. It's an even bigger obstacle now, and he's laughing about it. Moving across to the other side, eyes locked on, double 2.
No score.
It was always going to be difficult.
Jimmy, you require
As soon as you miss
126.
outside, this would be big for Bristow.
It's not going to find. Leek needed a banana shot of his previous turn there.
$74.
However, it would be a
Adam, you require 4.
turn up for the books if he was to lose this leg from this position. Madhouse. A leg that he was in
No
full
score.
control of. Could be a leg he's on the
Jimmy,
cusp
you
of
require
losing. And if he
52.
does, he finds himself a breakdown. He need 2 breaks to win this contest. Double 16 for Bristow.
Game show
Well,
on the
that
second
is
leg.
an
Jimmy
absolute
Bristow.
steal for Jimmy Bristow.
Third leg, Jimmy to throw first.
Horrible
Game
if you're Adam Leek. Lovely jubbly if you're Jimmy. 8 missed darts at double for the
96.
Aussie in that leg. And might that be the turning point in the match? He's just giving himself a little bit of a pep talk, geeing himself up. Adam Leek.
60.
Probably made worse by the fact that Jimmy hasn't missed at double. Been given 2
58.
opportunities and taken both of them.
Picking his pocket. And I can imagine for Adam Leek, probably as much, if not more than any other player, because of the journey he's
45.
made to play in these championships. there is going to be, even though he's saying that he's going to play with a free roll, he's going to go out there and enjoy himself,
59.
there's going to be a bit in the back of his mind where there's going to be pressure because you want to justify this trip to the United Kingdom.
Totally. You want to make it worth it.
140.
You want to make that long trip from down under worth it. And if you don't finish in the top 4, you can't help but feel that maybe
58.
It's been a bit of a waste of time. It is not cheap to get here. And I think that it's a great mentality to have.
140.
And I actually think it's the right mentality to have for Adam Leake, coming over and just relax and trying to enjoy it. We saw Phil Johnson-Hale do that yesterday,
60.
and it worked to good
Adam
effect.
Uruguay 116.
But he's up against it here. It's backs to the wall time for Adam Leake. Can he dig out some of that Aussie grit? Tops will tell us.
96. Jimmy, you require 170.
Well, forget about Leake. It could be the big fish. But first start just drops low, and so Adam will get 3 more in hand at double 10. It is
46.
9 at a double in this
Adam, you require
contest.
20.
We've been here before. He's been here before. Has he learned any lessons?
Game
Oh, he
shot on the
has.
third leg.
And the
Adam
fact it was on double 2, poignant in itself. Wasteful with the
Fourth
first
leg,
start.
Adam
Burned the
to
second, or
throw
had no
first.
choice but to burn the second. Look at that. He's doubling at 9%.
Game on.
Jimmy hasn't missed. But that could be a tide turner for Leake. We said Bristow going 2-0 up might be the leg that pivots this game in his favour. But it's something to cling on to now. And
57.
maybe he's banished some of those doubling demons.
And Nelson on the doubles. 1-1-1.
140. $60.
Well, probably should have gone down there, Adam Leake, because of the way those darts were positioned, but decided to persevere nonetheless.
81.
And at this point, it does look as if the Australian could find himself in a whole host of trouble before too long.
This will help. That'll really help.
180.
But that pretty much puts him back where he was. It definitely puts him back where he was.
180.
Leake just stretching closer and Bristow pulling away in the scoring phase. First down to a finish after 9.
60. Jimmy, you require 100.
So ton up for Bristow to go 3-1 to the good. As a glance over at Leake's score, has a look at tops.
60.
Unable to get.
Jimmy, you require 144.
And this would be rather ironic when you consider the amount of opportunities that Adam has leaked at the outer ring. But the 144 is very much on. Double 12. Well, that's a real game changer, isn't it? Adam Leake couldn't hit a thing in sight and has suddenly taken out a 144 to level this game up at 2-2.
Game on.
He joins the Ton Plus Club in this group as well. His first. And the timing. The timing so crucial of that 144.
Well, it now means that only Joanne Oldershaw hasn't had a Ton Plus checkout in this group.
$81.
Now, Leake is against the darts here.
59.
Needs to use that last leg and that 144 as a platform, but it was always going to be a tough ask when you're not on throw.
100.
And once again, he's going to have to dig deep. It's all well and good leveling the game, but if you go behind, your opponent's on the hill, one away from success. What can he find?
140.
Ton 40.
However, with Leake on 3-5-1, Bristow knew whatever his opponent did, he'd have 6 on this 186.
58.
But a failure to find a big treble means that Adam's got an opportunity, if he can pile in something makeable, to possibly get the break that he needs to win this contest at the best possible time. Because, oh, that's 76. Mightily unlucky. Clatter between the first two.
Jimmy, you require 128. $56.
Well, the sight of Adam Leake's backside might have put Bristow off a little bit, but going to have to compose himself here. There's 25 of them. The bull is wide open.
110.
But he had a decent crack at it.
He requires 72.
Bristow back for 72 to lead 3-2. Double 16.
56.
Just inside, and so Leake gets another break chance.
25.
2 in hand at double 8.
11 missed darts at double. Decides to go double 12. 1 left.
13.
And more misses
Jimmy
for
requires
Leake.
16.
Bristow is not going to let him off the hook. That's a good guide. That's an even better one. Although he winces his face, he doesn't quite like it.
No score.
Maybe that was why.
It was that close, actually, that the flight of Dart 2 obscured the target somewhat. And so Leake here coming back for double 6 to get said break. And to put himself in control of the contest. 3-2 up. Almost a hand of apology there to his opponent. But he has the darts in his hand to win this game and to put himself back on track.
Bristow is just contemplating how on earth he's let this game slip. He was in a good position. And now he's having to fend off maximums from Leake against the throw.
Third of the match. Remember, Bristow led 2-0. Leake has won 3 on the spin. And if we're going to be perfectly honest, looks like the only winner of this contest at this present moment in time.
$100.
I'm just casting my mind back to the start of the day when we saw Jimmy Bristow, first game up, first time in this building. The elements were there in terms of that first performance. Oh,
120.
That's pretty unlucky, isn't it? Still first down to finish after 9.
137. Adam, you require 101.
But it's finding a way to win for Bristow. That's proving to be challenging. Leake knows all about winning.
49.
He's going to have to wait if it is to be him.
Jimmy require 142.
Well, we've already seen a 1-4-4 from Leake in this game. Is Bristow going to save it with a 1-4-2? Double top.
122.
Just underneath.
Adam, you require 52.
He has had to graft so hard in and amongst all of the missed doubles. Adam Leake could win this match. And he has. And a significant victory for the Aussie it could be. He holds his arm out in apology. There's a smile on the face of Jimmy Bristow. But there'll be a puff of the cheeks in the players' room from Adam Leake. Because despite the fact he missed a bunch of doubles, he's found his way through this contest by virtue of a 4-2 margin. Adam Leake with an important victory as he looks to finish above the dotted line and in the top 4 to progress to the knockouts. He's beaten Bristow 4-2.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. This table is starting to take shape. We've still got Carl Wilson and Stuart Dutton on 6 points, but now we've got Adam Leake on 4 with the person he's just defeated in Jimmy Bristow. Now we turn our attention to the lower half of the table with Zeboom now up against Ivan Springborg Poulsen. They both have 2 points and they've got to start making a move because fixtures are running out. ISP, as we'll call him.
First leg, Ivan to throw first.
Dart players love an acronym.
Game on.
He's got Stuart Dutton left, and he's also got Wilson left. Now, what does that tell you? Tells me it's a must-win game.
100.
Needs to change his name to Springboard, Poulsen, because that's what he needs. And this game could be
67.
The platform that provides it for him. Because you do not want to be going into games with those two knowing you have to win.
95.
No, you don't. And when you've got 2 points with 3 games to go,
44.
It almost feels like he's got to win them all. Get to 8 points and you should be fine. But not everybody's got points in this table.
174.
I don't think winning 2 of the last 3 is going to be good enough for these guys. I think they're going to have to go clean from here on in.
58.
It's like the darting version of Pokemon with a slightly worse catchphrase. Got to win them all.
$100.
It's quite a big footprint of Pokemon in this sport. We've got a dart player from Germany who's actually named after one of them.
Getting shown the first leg.
ISP has caught that one.
Yeah, thankfully we're talking about ISP and not IP because I have no idea how he's not been sued into oblivion for that nickname. But it's very clever.
58.
Because I'm told the theme music for Pokemon, the tune is the same, but is recorded in a different language for every
95.
respective country in the world. So therefore, he's got a walk-on song that anyone,
45.
anywhere can sing along to.
That kind of makes sense. It does amaze me that nobody's ever walked out to 99 Red Balloons. That's been done in at least 2 languages.
I was going to say happy birthday, but that
43.
would just be a bit weird.
Yeah, that's the most... Let me just get this right. That is the... Is it the most popular song of all time? Or the most sung song of all time?
41.
I would love to hear that Pokemon track in Danish. I think that'd be fun.
60.
Or Dutch. That'd be a challenge for the old epiglottis.
One of them, 40.
If you're listening and you don't know what an epiglottis is, it's the little dangly bit at the back of your throat.
Someone was paying attention in biology class.
40. Zereso car 131.
Maybe on that particular date. Not when we were talking about triplets the other day, though.
Well, one thing's for sure, Zeboom was paying attention in maths class because he got that right after missing the first treble.
He's been banging in the ton pluses as well. Zeboom, 160, 121, a 110 in his collection today. But he has
35.
really struggled on that.
America,
Tops,
52.
10s, 5s. That's at least 3 times so far today that he has missed that particular routine.
And he always seems to be splitting them as well. He's not missing on the outside.
42.
It's happening to both of them, in
5.
fact.
Big single taken care of.
Getting shot on the second
And that was
leg,
made to look
Zereso
far
Zeboom.
easier than it actually was. Zeboom levels the match.
Third leg out into third first. Game on.
Coming up after this, it is a fixture you
60.
do not want to miss. And no, that's not the start of a limerick. Wilson against Leek. 2 of the best
100.
players in the group. That's going to be fun. The man with the biggest sense of humour in the group against maybe the most serious dart
70.
player in the group in Carl Wilson. What see you, Niall? Do you think one of these guys is going to get through? Because I don't think
46.
both of them are going to make it.
Well, one thing I think that Zereso
45.
Zeboom has needed to improve pretty much from the first match, even though he threw in a 160 outshot in his very first game of the day, is his scoring.
51.
He's been good on the trebles in the combination finishes, but when it comes to the scoring, it's just not been there. There have been too many sloppy visits. He's not scored more than 130 so far in the scoring
60.
phase in this match. Only 4 scores of 90 plus. That is a long way behind Springborg Poulsen, and that's reflected in his average at the moment. Even though it's not reflected in the
81.
scoreline right now, that is, over the course of a period of time, going to cost you. And I think that that's where he'll come unstuck.
By the way, a big fan
96.
of what he's gone for in the footwear department. He's about 1 step away from auditioning for Run DMC.
41. Have the car
Back in the day, you wouldn't have
170.
been able to play on the stage with footwear like that. You would have been told to go and get some black shoes. Go and get yourself a bullseye. ISP boom for that one. We've been waiting for it all week, and it comes from the man from Denmark.
$100.
There's no such thing as a bad 170 finish, but every now and again there's a sweeter one.
Well, it's the second time today he's been on it. He missed the
60.
bullseye for it earlier on this morning. This time he gets it, and it is, as you say, the biggest checkout we've had. Our first 170
100.
of the ADC Global Championship. Goes the way of Springborg Poulsen.
Cross that one off your bingo card.
91.
If you had multiple ton plus checkouts in a match, that was taken yesterday. I wonder what else there'd be on that bingo
100.
card. 9 darter, of course. I want to get one of those. I wonder if we're going to get that from Jeff Smith. He's going to be here on Friday.
82.
Food-related surnames?
Easy.
Well, they've been ticked off a
83.
long time ago on the bingo card. And speaking of those big finishes,
100. So this for your car, 118.
118 for a fourth. Ton plus out.
Well, that's different.
94.
4 18s for Bull, 2 treble 17s for double 8. That is very creative. That's a Keegan Brown thing to do.
96. So this for your car, 24.
Well, Springborg Poulsen doesn't deserve to win this leg because he left 168.
And
he's lost it.
Zereso, Zeboom.
If he'd left a finish from 268,
Just like Ivan to throw first.
using the
Game on.
board a bit more creatively, he could have doubled down on the old 170, couldn't he?
100.
Well, Zeboom has marginally improved in his scoring, but he still hasn't found a 2-treble
55.
visit. I mean, a big 2 trebles. I still think that that's the void in his game at the moment, or at least today anyway,
83.
which is going to see him struggle to finish in the top 4.
I think he could benefit from getting a dart
96.
that is more front-loaded in nature. He's got a very long barrel, somewhat uniform from top to bottom, with a few intricacies.
53.
But when his dart hits the board, look at how it behaves. It shakes. It's not going in straight. It's kicking left.
45.
And when that happens, that third dart is the result. It dives.
Well, he's
100.
checking out at a rate of 2/3 in this match. He's missed 4 darts at double, but he's not been too bad. And listen, Springborg Poulsen's checking out at 50%,
100.
but that includes a 170. And he's also left himself a bogey number again for the second time in consecutive legs.
Welcome to Bogey Number Bingo, everyone. There's 168 and 165 off the card.
80.
He might get away with it this time.
$28.
Yeah,
Over
too
the
many
car,
of those.
85.
Too many of those kind of visits. 45, 28, just not good enough for Zeboom if he is going to make it through. This would be good enough for a 3-2 lead.
65.
I don't know why it is, but when we saw those flights from that camera angle,
137.
they
Over
look
the
like a
car,
wind
20.
turbine. But they're not turning. They're solid.
Game shown the fifth
Just
leg.
like
And a
Springborg Poulsen in this
Poulsen.
game. Got a chance of his second victory now.
6
Only
legs,
one
Zereso
away.
to throw first. Game on.
And there are players who use the spinner flights, of course.
60.
That is very much a yeast extract kind of equipment because you either love them or despise them.
91.
Other disgusting / delightful food products are available.
Yeah, like
100.
lotus root. That stuff's horrible.
I thought you were going to say Lotus
100.
biscuits then, and I was about to punch you in the face.
That's okay, I'm safe. They're all right.
96.
Well, these two have been trading blows, haven't they?
Well, I was hoping he was going to hit that
140.
because he could end with a 170 again for his precious.
64. Over the car, 170.
Surely not. He might do it, you know. He's a mile away from a second 170 in the match. He's laughing, and so are we, but it's a valiant effort from
79.
Springborg
Over
Poulsen.
the car, 39.
He's left himself 39, but he'll be confident he can take this for the match. Again, a long way away from that double 16. And this time he's inside.
23. Zereso car 102.
Now he has to survive. Zeboom trying to get this. Oh, that's a 50-50 call-ish.
48.
Maybe should have gone for the 42 in tops. I don't know why he's gone for the third dot, but it is double eight, and the Dane gets a very critical win. It's looking very much like Zereso Zeboom is going to be eliminated. He hasn't got much left at all. In fact, it's only one match. He'll have a long gap between now and then, thinking that today's going to be his only day at the Global Championship.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, being held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast of England. And if you like a little bit of personality in your darts matches for your viewing on Pluto TV, you've come to the right place. Because the man with the leaks on his shirt, he's been lively today. And he is very much part of the race for the top 4 with 4 points. But his task here is very difficult. Carl Wilson has been doing good things today, but how good does Carl have to be to take care of Leak shortly after he got his second win of the day against Jimmy Bristow, Henry Deacon? This is an interesting match.
Yeah, because for
140.
Adam Leake, as you mentioned, gets himself back on the board, and he's got to play a lot of his games towards the latter half of the day. And as far as the table is concerned, it's certainly getting bunched up now,
100.
isn't it? When you look at that race for the 4 qualifying positions. Going into this one, Leake on 4 points. You've got Bristow and now Springborg, Poulsen also on that 4-point mark, with them two with a couple of games to go. Adam Leake's still got 3 more matches to go in this session. So still in a very good position. You'd get the sense that a couple of wins from those 3 games would be good enough for him to make it into stage 2 next week.
And these players don't want to go home, especially when they've taken
41.
a great deal of time out of their lives just to get here. For Wilson, it's very simple. Get through today, go straight home, be home in about 2 hours. Maybe a little
100.
bit more. If Leake goes out and he's thinking about flying via somewhere back to Adelaide, he won't be home until the end of the weekend.
Well, I can tell you that Adam Leake is staying here throughout the full course duration. He is going to be entering Q School in January, so it is a long trip for the Australian.
He's going to make a lot of friends.
130. Colour car 139.
And I think he's going to sell quite a lot of those shirts, because I already want one.
I did speak
99.
to Adam in the build-up, and he tried to
71.
find a toy Leak to have as a mascot. A toy Leak, not to be confused with any other household appliance.
Be quiet, Henry. I got it in for Secret Santa. He's on tops.
51.
And tops might rob him of this first leg. Oh, it's a little smaller now. This is what Carl Wilson does to you. He just gives you that little bit of hope, and then he just gets the board rubber out. It's as if he's putting half the equation on the blackboard, and then he says, I'm not going to give you that. You've got to work it out yourself.
So Wilson 1 up.
58.
You get the sense when you consider as well his legs difference in a very good position, and with Jimmy and Ivan with negative leg differences, that a win here is probably going to be enough to send him through to stage 2. And actually it put him in a position where for the 4th day in a row we could have somebody that runs through the card. Now we thought, obviously this is a completely brand new format even for us, we thought it'd be very unlikely that anybody was going to do it. We could see it 4 days running.
On Monday, I genuinely did say it to Niall McCorn.
57.
Johnny Haynes has got 6 from 6. I think that's the only time it's going to happen in the 8 days. It's already happened 3 times. So trying to predict things here over the last few days has been very, very hard.
140.
Well, the good news is that you'll have this expert kind of punditry from Paul Nicholson for the remainder of the week here at the Global Championship.
84.
Here's an idea for a dart shirt for Carl, though. Why doesn't he get a shirt that's covered in volleyballs?
180.
Wilson? From Castaway?
I'll be honest, I was thinking more the dog from Friday Night Dinner.
You and I are 2 very different people.
63.
He's going to go for 10. And tops. It could cost him again.
Colour car 85.
He's missed it low twice. That was a little bit closer.
83 less, so treble 17 to be the direction with dart 2. Treble 17 got double 16. Well, that's a really good recovery after dart 1. A clinical kill with 83 left, and that for Adam Leake will feel somewhat of a sucker punch.
What did I tell you at the end of the first leg? What has he just done again? Here's a dart shirt idea for Carl Wilson. How about a dangling carrot? That's what he does. Just dangle the carrot. There it is. No, no, I want that. You're not having it. What a great player he is.
A Leake and a carrot on the same stage. You'll be thinking about making a soup after that.
140.
Well, leaks are in season, you know, and I'm not making that up. This time of year, get the leeks out. Forget about the onions. Beautiful ingredient. You can do so many things with it.
125. $58.
What's the next step for Carl Wilson? Because we've seen him here now for the best part of 18 months. We've seen some good stuff from him here on the ADC tour. He's had a couple of runs on the Challenge Tour as well. Where's his next step in terms of his progression, do you feel?
I think that is a perfect question for today. It's very much up to him what he wants to do. It will depend on personal
57.
circumstances. It's about level of sacrifice. Do you want to jump into the deep end, or are you happy at this level? If your ambition is starting to throb,
46.
what you really need to do is have a conversation with everybody that's closest to you and say, are we going for this? It's not just him. It's a we
96.
decision. Now, if the whole team, Team Wilson, are ready to go, qualifying school, I can see him getting through it because the strengths that he has could easily get through stage 1 of that. Stage 2, he'd be very dangerous, but it very much depends on what he's ready for.
Well, he is going to Q School in January, but the other thing as well is it's not just going there and getting a card, it's then the life changes that happens as a result. He's a very successful roofer back in Tunbridge Wells, and so he'd have to up sticks in terms of his trade to play on the Pro Tour, particularly with the amounts of midweek travelling. Okay, double top, double 15.
75. Car 94.
Is he going to do it again? It could genuinely be 3-0 leak. It is 3-0 Wilson, and he's done it for a third time.
Full flag Adam to through first.
Getting rid of Carl Wilson in this kind of mood is like trying to shake off a hedgehog on your foot.
Well, Adam Leake must feel as if he's been hit by a left and a right. If he loses one more, it will be good night in this contest.
140.
What is it we say every single week when we're here? And maybe more so this week. Darts is about timing. The timing of the shots from Wilson and the execution on combinations, it is just Michelin starred.
134.
There are people right at the top of the rankings in the world who may not be able to do what he's done in this game.
There's a phrase for this. It's called wading.
Must be something about glasses and mentality. He's actually come out in the press in the last few days, James Wade, saying that winning the Worlds would cement his legacy. He's not wrong.
57.
But for Wilson's ADC legacy, he needs to win something. Here we go. Double 15, the most fashionable double in the world. Where did you see someone do that before 2024? The answer is nowhere.
And to win a leg in this contest, Adam Leake needed to take that out in 11. But on the board, and forces the issue of Carl Wilson here, forces him to
96.
Win the match on his throw.
Got any plans to go to Adelaide anytime soon, Henry?
Well, it's not something that you can just think about on the day, is it? However, Australia is something on the personal horizon.
Yeah, people don't tend to go to Adelaide. If they're going to do a big Australian trip, they tend to go to Melbourne, Sydney,
42.
Brisbane, Gold Coast, Cairns. Maybe go to the Alice. But Adelaide is one of the more understated cities in Australia.
58.
I do believe it's called the 20-minute city.
Because?
The proximity of 20 minutes from the centre of the
100.
city to all sorts of different things. Like wineries and coastal regions and all sorts of things like that.
Interesting you mentioned that, because Adam Leake's actually packed up a job in a winery to come over here.
Well, there's a world famous valley in South Australia called the Barossa Valley. Some of the best Australian wines come from South Australia.
I think you and him are going to get along like a house on fire.
Oh, that was a bit late on release.
29.
This could be the end, considering how good Wilson's been on doubles.
It's not going to get a poke at the ball, but Adam Leake, who's averaging here just a shade under 103. His hopes in this game are reliant on him taking out this 116 checker, because if Wilson gets a look at this 65, you suspect it's going to be curtains in this contest. Number 19 for tops. Unable to get. And so this, to finish it off once and for all.
Calvacar 65.
Interesting setup. I think he's been watching a lot of Mr. Littler. Double 4 to win. It's another combination. Carl Wilson was insatiable in taking out interesting numbers in that one. He could have been 3-0 down in the game. Because of that wonderful combination shooting, he found a 3-0 lead. And look at the averages. 101.83. Statistically the best performance of the day, but it's in a 4-1 loss.
So at the 2 third points of Group 4 here at the ADC Global Championship, and before the break, Carl Wilson put himself one step closer towards qualifying for next week's second phase. He got the better of Adam Leake by 4 legs to 1, which puts the Australian in a little bit of trouble. We can have a look now and see how the table reflects upon those results, because as you can see, Carl Wilson is on 8 points. He's 4 clear of even Springborg Poulsen in 5th place in the table. Poulsen's still got 2 games to play, so can move level on 8 points, but a lot's going to have to go right for him, and a lot's got to go wrong for Carl Wilson elsewhere to stop him from making it through. Stuart Dutton, Adam Leake and Jimmy Bristow in the other qualifying spaces. But Joanne, Oldershaw, Zereso, Zeboom, it looks like their races have been run, so it looks like it might well be the day, and even Springborg Poulsen. If anyone is going to dislodge the top 4 spots, it may well be him. So let's move into game 15 of our session. It sees Joanne Oldershaw and Jimmy Bristow go head-to-head. It's an opportunity here for Jimmy to move on to 6 points in the group and to further extend the gap between him and Springborg Poulsen, who takes on Stuart Dutton in the next game. Now, McCorn alongside me in commentary for this one. And actually, you look at the way Jimmy's schedule ends. He takes on Carl Wilson after this one. This feels like the one, if any game, is the one he has to win to give himself the best possible chance of progressing through.
Yeah, and he'll feel confident that he's able to do so, Henry. But you cannot get complacent up there.
First leg, Joanne to throw first. Game on.
With that victory for Carl Wilson over an impressive Adam Leake.
50.
I think it will be very difficult for anyone to catch him. I think he's all but secure in the top 4. So you look ahead
31.
Now to those players that could join him. Jimmy in that final spot at the moment, 4th. But it's not only about winning for yourself, also winning, putting pressure on those around you.
100.
You need to focus on what you can do, which is the obvious thing to do, but one of the byproducts of that is the fact that you can put the jitters up those players around you that need to do something similar and go out there and win.
Well, Joanne's had a big break in the day. She played in game 10 and she's had 4 games off. And I just wonder the way that last game ended against
96.
Carl Wilson, whether that was the best possible time to have that little bit of break in play, just to regather her thoughts and to press ahead
45.
on her final couple of games of the day. First leg certainly up in the offing.
59.
And with Bristow unable to find a treble there, Oldershaw's got 6 on 225 to get on the board.
81.
Leaves herself on a finish, but Bristow still feel his favourite from this position and picks up a big treble 19 with the last.
144. $44. Jimmy, you require 114.
It's been a good leg for Oldershaw. Might end with nothing. It does end with nothing. Bristow with 114 makes it 1-0.
Yeah, that's his third ton plus checkout of the day. Found a couple in his match with even Springborg Poulsen, including a 120 and a 124.
80.
Certainly felt rather Jekyll and Hyde at times today for Jimmy. 2 wins, 2 defeats. There's been signs of some real positive stuff, but I think he'll also be the first to admit there's also been times today where he's just been a little bit off the boil.
100.
And that's the beauty of the fact that you get the opportunity to play time and time again, because you can afford to have one-off match and it doesn't spell disaster for you.
28.
Once you acknowledge that and accept that, it makes your task a little bit easier. Although you can't lean on it.
100.
You can't think, I've got another chance, I've got another chance, I've got another chance, because you'll end up like Zeboom and then your chances are all expired and might be too late before you start finally finding some good stuff.
100.
And for someone like Jimmy, who we know is a very accomplished
58.
player, but he's never actually played at the Super Series before, he may also be thinking, right, if I can have a good campaign here, I might put myself in the minds of the selectors and possibly playing here in the Modus Super Series in 2026.
81.
Yeah, it's a fair point. There are benefits to be had.
78.
No question. Maybe one of those subconscious things. We were speaking about this earlier on today when we reached this latter stage now.
100.
You mentioned
Jimmy
before we're
require
past the
85.
66% mark. We're 2/3 of the way through. People might start looking at who they're going to be paired with
77.
if they do qualify. We're getting to that stage of the day. Bristow will be hoping he is one of the players that does qualify. But the groups are starting to
26.
take shape for the
Jimmy
top half of the
require 8.
bracket. Double two.
6. Joanne, you require 140.
Bristow can't double his lead. And Oldershaw can't peg him back.
60. Jimmy, you require 2.
And I'm sure Joanne would have thought, if I cannot take
No
it out,
score.
leave myself on something handy, because
Joanne,
that
you
can
require
happen on
80.
double one. It may just be one dart. It's going to be 2. Double 10. 5s.
70.
Wide of the mark.
Jimmy, you require 2. Game showing a second leg.
Squeezes one in
Bristow.
there. Jimmy Bristow did the right thing, worked his
Third
way
leg,
towards
Joanne
the
to
target
throw
from outside
first.
to win. That's
Game
all you
on.
can do when you're on double one. Missed chance for Oldershaw. Did have those 2 darts, one at 10s, one at 5s.
As you mentioned, Niall, there's the look ahead to what could happen in the second round of the knockout group. So we know already that in Group 1 of the knockouts, Johnny Haynes, Phil Johnson-Hale and Stein de Klerk are confirmed. In Group 2, Callum Goffin, Peter Achuri and Tom Sykes.
60.
That feels like a group to avoid if you possibly can. Group 3, Gary Stone, Ricardo Ham and Wes Newton are in
134.
situ. Whilst Group 4, without disrespect, is probably the one you wouldn't mind being placed into. Brian Dawson, Shane Turner and Timothy
81.
Verbrew.
They are all quite tantalising though, aren't they?
44.
And maybe made even more interesting by the fact, as you were discussing just a few moments ago with Paul Nicholson, we have had something that maybe we weren't expecting, which is players taking advantage
19.
and winning all of their games on the first 3 days of this tournament. And so you've not just got 1 or 2 informed players, you've got 3, 4, 5 informed players
100.
heading into those knockout groups. And that's just the top half of the draw.
I think what we're learning is there's 2 or 3 players that are really brimming themselves up at the perfect point in this
100.
tournament, and it does really
Jimmy
feel as
require
if the
134.
group winners are the ones to avoid. Which I know sounds rather basic and obvious, but there's been an air of dominance about the way the first
94.
3 groups have been won. Carl Wilson looking to ensure that in the first half of this particular group phase, it's going to be a clean sweep of card completions.
44.
Bristow looking
Jimmy
to
require
complete the
40.
card of legs, and this for number 3 of them. And also be for the double break of throw. Double 5.
Game showing a third
In
leg.
it goes.
Jimmy
And
Bristow.
3-0 he leads. He has the darts to complete a big 4-0 win.
Fourth
Not just
leg,
that it'd be
Jimmy
big
to
in terms of
throw
the
first.
points, but
Game
also
on.
in terms of legs difference in what is a very, very tight portion of the table.
140.
Yeah, it could be massive. We've already seen a game between 2 players who were separated not only by points being the same, leg difference was the same, so it
54.
went down to legs 1, and the difference was 1 leg, and that was earlier on today. And of course, there will be some toing and froing in and around that final spot
123.
as things begin to take shape. But you mentioned leg difference there, that could be crucial. Haven't seen it just yet.
26.
But on Day one, we saw Wes Newton just need to win one leg in one of his matches to book his spot. Win or loss, he just needed the one leg. So there's potential for that to come into play again here.
80. Jimmy require 158.
And it'll also be interesting because in around that part of the table, there's players that never played the Super Series format before, like we've said. And so permutations in terms of legs differs might be something that doesn't naturally enter the psyche, but maybe at the forefront of their minds all of a sudden. So Bristow 110,
Jimmy
and plenty of time from here to wrap up a comprehensive 4-0 victory. For the match, number 18.
78.
Well, it's a happy enough accident.
Yeah, you might say serendipitous. He's left himself double 16 to win 4-0.
Game shot.
Job done.
And a match. Jimmy Bristow.
Be the end of the road for Joanne Oldershaw, but Jimmy Bristow has picked up the win he needed to keep himself in contention for those top 4 spots. That's what he needs to finish above the dotted line. And a comprehensive performance sees him defeat Joanne Oldershaw by 4-0.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
This is the ADC Global Championship here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this is a good game we have in prospect. Stuart Dutton has been impressive today. Played some of the best darts of the 7 players in the field. And he takes on Ivan Springborg Poulsen, who needs a big result against the big man from High Wycombe. He's been plucky, Springborg Poulsen. He's even plucked out a 170 finish today. Can he pluck out the performance he needs?
First leg, Stuart to throw first.
To whistle his way past Stuart Dutton, Paul Nicholson.
I love that word, plucky. And Springborg Poulsen looks freshly plucked.
96.
He's not had his eyebrows threaded because he doesn't have any.
He's definitely post feathers in the turkey department, but he's not playing like a turkey.
180.
He's had a 170 finish. He almost got a second in his previous game to end the match against Zeboom. And he starts with a maximum. He's cooking up to something.
Has he reached that point on Christmas Day whilst, despite the fact everything's been cooking for about 7 hours, the smell is just starting to drift its way through the house?
180.
But Dutton is the smoke alarm at the moment. A maximum to match that of
54. Stuart, you require
ISP,
143.
and he's first down to a finish. There's 60 of them. Can't get the second treble.
91.
I think Stuart's mindset right now is, if I can win this, I probably don't have to worry about my result with Adam Leake in game number 20.
65.
We circled that one, didn't we, as
52.
potential big match of this group.
32.
Well, he only engineered one dart at double. Should have been more than that. He's been good on these, but not this time.
83.
How many times has
Stuart,
Dutton left double 10 today?
$15.
Can't get it done.
74.
The way this guy's been finishing in the last hour, you don't want to leave him on this.
34. Stuart, you require 5.
He can't leave him on tops again. Double 2 for the big man. Even he can't see over the top of that.
1.
This has gone horribly wrong.
6 missed darts to win the leg. Wires 2 of them. Finds it with the third.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
And Springborg Poulsen takes the opener.
Second leg,
much to the chagrin of Stuart Dutton, who should really have the lead.
Interesting shot that at tops. Because the way he plays the game, the Dane, he likes to get the darts to sit on top of each other, but it goes to show that being slightly smaller does have its benefits.
45.
So he can actually go underneath those darts on tops. Think about the throwing angle at the board. When he's going for tops, that's the most northerly
45.
target. And the people that really do exemplify the point I'm trying to make is Darren Webster of Norfolk, because he's quite short.
99.
And when his darts are quite flat in the board, he can still get them underneath on tops.
Well, me and Henry Deacon were discussing this earlier with Adam Leake, who's quite a tall character as well.
76.
Much like Stuart Dutton, there is only one way, really, that the darts can land in the board, and that's at the angle where they do stand up. Jimmy Van Schie, we've seen him on this stage before, another example of almost throwing down at the target rather than up. So when you're throwing something downwards, it is going to stick in at an angle.
45.
There have been times today for Adam Leake, who has missed in total 28 darts at double across this group stage, and it might yet cost him.
28.
It's like putting stakes in the ground and trying to get through them. It's just impossible.
There you can see a dart going over the top.
140.
And one going to the side. So he's got this really nice quality, a great neutral angle that he can use at the top of the board in different ways.
140.
Whereas this guy's just trying to push them in
Ivan,
towards each other.
110.
Works pretty well there to leave 164.
40.
Well, this is very much
Stuart,
in the
you require
balance.
164.
Shots on. That is a beautiful dart. That's right in the middle. That one's
Games
bang in the
on
middle
a
as
second
well.
leg.
What a shot
Stuart Dutton.
from Lurch. That
Third
is
leg,
just
Stuart
as
to
good,
throw
if not
first.
better than the
Game on.
170 from ISP in his previous game. That was brilliantly timed.
100. $43.
I think he enjoyed that one. And why wouldn't he? It's a funny old game, isn't it? You can't buy a double in the first leg and he hits a 164 the next one.
Well, I dare say we're getting a bit of a collection of 164s in this global championship.
100.
Well, this is what the players see, this angle. And you can see there
95.
the difference with the way that the darts stand up for Dutton because of his height and the way they lay much flatter for Springborg Poulsen because of his stature.
140.
Keep scoring like that, and I think there's going to be more people trying the three-sided flight.
80.
They will be on show at the PDC World Championship, as Connor Scott will take on Simon Whitlock. Very, very tasty game.
60.
Just
Do
like
you
this
require
one.
130.
This is an easier finish than the last one. Double five.
125.
Seriously,
Ivan, you require
seriously close.
158.
Oh, this is getting silly now. Oh, he tried to nestle it underneath and he just ran out of room. He had the bad
122.
deflection.
Stuart, you require 5.
And just like the first leg, he's on 5, but only just, as he got 2 dots at double 2 if he needs them.
He is going to need both of them.
3. Ivan, you require 36.
Well, he dug his way out of trouble in the last leg with the
Game shot on the third
164.
leg.
He's going to have to do something
Ivan
similar
Springborg
and
Poulsen.
shovel his way out of a tight spot here because he's 2-1 down.
Fourth leg, Ivan to
This is a
Zereso
game of
first.
3 halves
Game
so
on.
far. In a weird sort of way, when he was on the 130,
60.
Dutton was probably more likely to take it out if he left the bull instead of double 5.
Bullseye
80.
is harder to hit. But I was thinking similarly in that situation.
Do you know what, Niall? There are players who've actually
28.
come out in public and said they think the bullseye is easier to hit than some doubles on the outer ring. And that came from Ryan Joyce.
180.
And for one of the most proficient doublers in the world, you can't really disagree with his methodology.
60.
Can't argue with Dutton when he's against the darts.
85.
He's a better player in this game.
Well, in that particular shot, it makes sense, doesn't it?
100.
Because
Stuart, you require
all being well, the
156.
bullseye isn't going to be obscured. It's a clear target. Whereas the 5 is obviously
60.
next door to the 20, and it's unlikely that double 5 will be obscured, but there is more of a chance of that happening.
There's a case for both. Double 5 is bigger, but if you split it, you're on 5.
180. Stuart, you require 96.
I'm not starved of 180s in this game. That's number 4. Is this 2-2?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This is a
Stuart
brilliant game of darts. The averages don't reflect it. This is one of those
Fifth
grey
leg, Stuart
area
to
games.
throw first.
You have to watch
Game
it
on.
to appreciate it.
$100.
2 maximums apiece. Stuart Dutton is averaging 85 at the moment, but factor in he has missed
91.
9 darts at double in and amongst that.
He's got levels. We've seen that from him today. He averaged 99 in his win over Jimmy Bristow. And he averaged 100 against ZZ. But it's very up and down.
180.
It's been more up than down for Springborg Poulsen in the last 60 minutes.
180s in back-to-back legs.
80.
Both players had maximums in the opening leg as well. The pattern has been when someone hits a 180, the other player will follow, but Dutton obviously can't do that right now, and Springborg Poulsen is trying to figure out what he wants right now.
I'm trying to figure out what he did on Dart 2.
105.
That was either him going for a treble 12 on a switch or a monstrous pull.
68.
Well, maybe tensions are just starting to increase for Springborg Poulsen. Tops.
56.
Can't get it.
Then you require 112.
Has he got another ton pluser in him?
418s, not found.
76.
Is this the time where Dutton
Stuart,
finally
20.
holds through? Double 5.
Game showing
This time he can hold.
Dutton.
He's got a big chance now.
Sixth flag,
Getting another victory, which will put him very much towards the finishing post of making the top 4 today.
15.
Was highly fancied. He's highly ranked in the ADC.
You spoke about the stats
60.
and how this game is one of those that definitely passes the eye test, but maybe not face value if you just looked at the raw numbers.
100.
You also said Springborg Poulsen has had a really good last 60 minutes. But the last 6 minutes, he's just started to fall away.
90.
Really small scoring visit to start the leg. And then that sloppy conundrum where he left himself on 180
60.
with 2 pretty mediocre darts in the last leg. This is not the time when you're 3-2 down to Dutton to start seeing yourself slide away.
125.
The only way I can describe this game is that it's like a school exam. You are told to show your work on paper.
60.
And you just can't do that. But if somebody was to sit with you and you had to explain it, you could. On paper, it doesn't look like a good game. Oh, it has been.
49.
But it's only good for Dutton if he gets over the line. What you doing, Springborg Poulsen?
60.
Oh, please don't do that anymore. It's 166 if he gets a treble.
Yeah. What was it Dick and Dom used to say?
99.
Bogeys.
Used to be my brother's nickname.
135. Stuart, you require 78.
Well, we call him Lurch. This is no tall task. Tops for a 4-2 victory.
Game shot.
He was
And
the
a
better
match.
player in
Stuart
that one.
Dutton.
He scrapped brilliantly in the first 4 legs to stay on level terms. But in the final period of that one, which had 6 legs, he was the better player. And now on 8 points, he's looking good for stage 2 here at the ADC Global Championship. As for ISP, it's looking very likely that he's not going to make it. Good game, won by Dutton by 4 legs to 2.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dutton tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series champion! Jeff Smith!
We've only got 5 more games to go today. That's the bad news. The good news is we get another dose of Adam Leake, which is always good. And we get to see Joanne Oldershaw have another crack at a player in this Group 4 scenario to try and break her duck today. If she doesn't win this game or her next one against Zereso Zeboom, she could be the first person to have a pointless day at the Global Championship in 2025. So we hope she turns up and gives
Adam to throw first.
the man known as Leake a game.
Game on.
Yeah, we're about to find out, but this is a really interesting scenario for Adam Leake because he needs to win this match to get to 6 points, and then he might indeed have to beat Stuart Dutton in his last game to qualify. Now, we do now know, Henry Deacon, that Dutton is safe.
So effectively, we know from this point onwards, 8 points is going to be the cutoff. You get to that, you get through. And 6 points, realistically, could be enough to head through anyway, because even Springborg Poulsen with 1 game left on 4 points, he can only get to a maximum of 6, and he takes on Carl Wilson in the final game of the session. So there is a conceivability that we may well know who is in the top 4 positions without the 59. I's being dotted or the T's being crossed.
Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Mr. Deacon. I don't want to impugn this fixture whatsoever, but you and Niall McCorn have got the joyous task of the next game, 41. Which is Bristow versus Wilson. It's not a repeat of the 1989 World Final at the Lakeside. It is Jimmy versus Carl, but when you see those 2 names next to each other,
61.
It does stir the blood a bit.
World Championship finals, infamous games where shins were kicked. Cans of lager were thrown on the stage.
Well, 1989 was the year that Wayne Weening made his Lakeside debut as well. And that particular Aussie became a legend.
50.
I get the feeling that this one could as well. He's got talent, he's got personality, he's ticking a lot of boxes.
And there's one thing that could be said about sport these days. A lot of people say that maybe there's too many people that are in a cardboard box, that the days of personalities are gone. Well, he's wearing a shirt full of leaks. You can't exactly say he's a shrinking violet. Double 10. That's awkward. That's really awkward. Has to shuffle across. And the problem is he can't exactly aim for the barrel here because it could clip off.
20. Joanne, your car 156.
Make him worry, Joanne. That doesn't do it. You do get the feeling that people are targeting
41.
her right now.
Out of the car 20.
That's darts.
Well, it's the round robin format as Lee just about squeezed as the double 10 in. We've seen it in the Super Series so many times before. When somebody finds themselves at the bottom of the group, struggling to pick up points, then that's the play you got to target.
I am seriously getting Ben Robb vibes from this guy. I can imagine him in the practice room being the biggest hit with everyone. When Ben Robb first came to this place with Raymond Smith about
100.
2 and a bit years ago, nearly 3 years ago, everybody raved about Ben in the practice room, saying he was good for everybody's mood. I'm getting that from Adam.
85.
And we do know him from Adam now.
As I say, I could tell you from personal experience, I met Adam about a week before the tournament began, and he is one of those people that, even if you meet him for the first time, you feel like you know him forever. Become very close friends with the likes of Charlie Manby and David Evans.
100.
I believe him and Carl Wilkerson went out for dinner together last week.
Carl Wilkinson.
60.
That'll have been Yorkshire pudding and gravy then. They do actually have a Sunday lunch tradition over in Australia. It depends on what kind of heritage you have.
100.
But they still have the Sunday roast over there. Maybe with charred leeks. That's what happens to Adam when he's in the sun too long.
96. $45.
Yeah, it's Oldershaw who's getting her fingers burnt at the minute. Well, earlier on today, he took out a 144, which was just delightful. He can't find the two treble 20s on this occasion.
160.
Come on, Joanne, you can do this. Not far off. That is a brilliant visit.
Out of the car 94.
If this were Carl Wilson on 94, he'd be hitting this.
Adam Leake needs to channel his inner Gok.
74.
But the leg is not one for Leake. And so Oldershaw here, an opportunity for double 10 to square up at one apiece. Now chasing fives. Inside, and so Adam will get a chance to double his lead in the contest. 2 10s.
Well, well, well. It turns out
60.
that Joanne busting the score
20.
could turn into a blessing. First leg win since her second match. She's on the board and she's level.
Adam Leake has got questions in which to answer.
Do you know what? I am really happy that we have a new face from the ladies here in this championship. But I'm sure it's a little bit unusual
44.
to be the only lady in the room down in the practice area. That is something that Fallon Sherrick has almost gotten used to over the last 7 years. And I'm sure Bo Greaves has gotten used to that as well as Lisa Ashton. Anastasia Dobromyslova, when she went to the PDC Pro Tour around 15 years ago, she was the only lady in the room who was playing darts on the other side of the curtain. Delayed effect from Leek. So this would be a new experience for Joanne. And it's not an easy one. I applaud what she's doing today.
So that there's a few learnings she can take from this experience to head into 2026 with. And there'll be plenty on the agenda, of course. PDC Women's Series, the WADC Tour. Possibly on the back of
41
exploits, invitation maybe to a Women's Week here at the Super Series.
Oh, this is really good.
137.
It's better than really good, isn't it? It's perfect. Oh, you shouldn't really be going for 20s on 299.
43.
We'll come back to that.
40.
Because it could be Leek taking a 2-1 lead. He's had some problems on double 10.
30.
I get the sense, and we saw it with the 25 split, he goes double 12. Because of the way his darts stand up in the board,
45.
20s, 12s, 18s, they're going to be the doubles you sense that are going to give him the most joy. So actually, double 5 may not be too much of a foe for him. Well, it is now. Double 2.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a double at the bottom of the board, which puts it 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, Joanne through first. Game on.
I don't know what you think about this, Henry. But one thing is for sure, and there is a lot of visual proof to back this up. Seen a lot of ladies' darts over the years. We're seeing at the top of the sport, both in the ADC and in
57.
Other things, the better players are showing the intelligence you need to become an elite player on approach shots. So you leave a number after 6 darts,
60.
Making sure that you can leave a finish thereafter. This is a difficult statement to make, but it's something that does need to be addressed.
96.
It's that, on the whole, the ladies are maybe not as leg astute as some of the top professionals. And maybe what they need to
60.
Incorporate in their games, alongside the likes of Bo Greaves, because she's at the forefront now, is when you're leaving 299, for example, you need to know what to do with the first dart. You should never be going for 20s.
180.
Now, we're not going to play bogey number bingo here because he couldn't leave a finish. Therefore, proving that Leek has actually done something wrong in leaving 3-4-8.
95.
However, Adam Leek did play a game in 10-metre hurdles because he tried to skip past Paul Hinks and then his opponent at the same time.
Oh, he's tall. Most high hurdlers these days are well over 6 foot tall. Although I don't think Colin Jackson was. He was just an incredible athlete.
$100. Out of the car, 108.
There's once an Olympic champion in the hurdles called Roger Kingdom. That could have been Leek's Kingdom, that 108. Oldershaw can equalise now and cause Adam a massive
48.
darting migraine.
John Newcar, 65.
Well, that could be a happy accident. 15 for tops. To make it 2-2. And Adam Leek here has got work to do. 2 for 13 on the outer ring. He's outpowering, outmaneuvering Joanne Oldershaw in the scoring stakes. But a lack of finishing has allowed Oldershaw in. And with the opportunity she's had, she's been able to take full advantage. 180 number 4 of the contest for the Australian.
He really needs to win this game. And he could definitely do with Carl Wilson beating Bristow next.
140.
Joanne's starting to get a bit of confidence now. First time she's had 2 legs in a game today. She'll be feeling it. That little bit of
58.
biology in the gut that says, we can do this.
Adam Leake is in trouble here.
81.
Will be disappointed after Dart 1 that it was only a score of 81.
Sometimes you got to dig your way out. And that's the best way to do it.
180.
That is 180 number 5. And he's only tied at 2-2. The correct terminology for this
95.
performance from Adam is
83.
bitty.
Well, he's got 6 of me. He's got a little bit of space and time, but he will be self-aware with the amount of opportunities that he's missing.
51.
Leaves himself in situ when he comes back. Double 16 after 12 left.
Hasten to see, he can't miss it now.
83.
Oh, if only that had just been a
32.
single 20. There would have been more pressure.
Getting shot on the fifth
What
leg,
pressure?
Adam
It's
Leake.
3-2 Leake. We said he was under it, and he's just hit a 13 darter.
6 leg Joanne.
And he's still smiling.
Game on.
I'll be honest, I reckon you could throw a leaf of green ants at him and he'll still
40.
smile.
He's
177.
a seriously talented boy, isn't he?
There's a lot of edges in which he needs to smoothen.
41.
However, there is a player of innate ability. I suppose the big question is, where does his ambition lie? Does he do maybe what the likes of a Damon Hector or
93.
maybe even someone like a Tori Kuish in the women's game? Do they make the sacrifice, come over here and maybe spend some time over here if he feels this is maybe what he can do long term? Even if he doesn't get a tour
55.
card, does he think, right, I'll play Challenge Tour over here for a few months, go back to Australia, try and qualify for the ANZ Premier League, something like that, because there is a serious talent here, and that's 180 number 6. 6 is the best in that department.
I'm totally on board with you. I think his ambition in the next 12 months should be the ANZ Premier League.
100.
Considering the last
Undercard
leg was
51.
13, this could be finishing the last 2 legs in 24.
Double 16.
Game.
Well, that was a superb sprint to the line for Adam Leake. From 2-2, he builds up 2 legs in the space of 24 darts. 6 180s in that contest, and you are not going to get rid of that beaming smile from his face. That's the tail of the tape. And when we return in a few moments' time, it is Bristow against Wilson. These two have history. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the
the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow. So this is how the table looks here in Group 4 in the first stage of the 2025-26 ADC Global Championship. And we're getting ever closer now to finding out who's going to make it through. Even Springborg, Poulsen, 4 points minus 3 legs difference. It means that for Jimmy Bristow and Adam Leake, all they need now is 2 legs in their final games to qualify through. We know now the identities of Carl Wilson, Stuart, Dutton into the next phase. We'll find out where they're going to be positioned in those final few matches. Wilson still with 2 more to go, could still complete the card, and he's involved in our next game against Jimmy Bristow. Well, this is a little look down memory lane, isn't it? Bristow against Wilson, tales of former World Championship finals, rivalries of the 80s. No, I wasn't even born anywhere near that particular time, but one of the sport's greatest rivalries that was, and I'm sure these two get reminded a lot of their last namesake. But Jimmy, with a real determined look on his face, I don't know how much he'll know in terms of permutations, but he will definitely know if he can win this game against Carl Wilson, he will be in Narmacorn.
You'd rather do it with a win. That eliminates any element of chance. Win, you've done it.
100.
But you're right. I wonder what Messrs. Bristow and Wilson will have made of the way that darts has grown in the 40, 50 years since they were at their peak.
140.
Well, they met in one of the most infamous World Championship finals back in 1989 when Jockey Wilson got the better of Eric Bristow 6 sets to 4 at the Lakeside Country Club. The winner of that particular World Championship picked up £20,000. Somebody at Ali Pali on January the 3rd will be getting a cheque for $1 million.
And somebody on January the 4th will be getting a cheque for 60 grand.
43.
And that just goes to show that with the biggest prize pot in amateur darts history on offer here, how much the sport is growing and evolving. No 51 to leave the bull.
57.
Might not have gone for it anyway. Bristow on 197.
$137.
Excellent last treble.
64.
Will it be of any significance whatsoever?
32.
It might be just
Junior
yet.
Car 60.
And this will put him towards the halfway point in terms of qualification through, whether he knows that or not.
He
just squeezes the tops into the bottom right-hand corner Bristow one up and one away from phase 2.
Game on.
Just checking that he's still all stickered up. Here's a long day.
96.
And you spoke earlier on today about the locality of ADC darts. Often players aren't
57.
making massive trips from their home. They certainly aren't coming all the way from Australia or Denmark to compete in UK vault events or
96.
tournaments of that nature. So this is slightly different in terms of the equation. Mentioned how Bristow arrived at the venue around about 3 or 4 minutes past 8 this morning. Still throwing darts. He would have been practicing all day as well in the players' room. It is about making sure that you can keep your energy levels right at the right time.
And it's something that Trina Gulliver mentions a fair bit in commentary, where she talks about being on the board and being off the board and finding the right balance, striking the right balance between the two. And particularly because this is slightly longer than a usual Super Series day. You've got the extra game in there, that extra bit of time in the practice room. Perhaps as important is finding out when to turn the brain off as to when to turn it on.
97.
Because if you're constantly thinking about everything all day,
84.
particularly on a day like today, you're just going to be fried. So sometimes you just need that 5 minutes just to take a bit of a time out. And with every player having a bit of a break during the course of the day, you can do that as Wilson misses two 12s.
Oh yes, good from Bristow. And he's got the second leg that he needs to secure his spot, and he's done it with a ton plus finish.
Game on.
He's in the top 4 with a flourish. He's back for the knockout group stage. Might not be job done for him because he'll want to win this match and make a statement against Wilson, but he has booked his place.
Well, that Nile is the 15th ton plus checkout we have seen today. The finishing at times has been on point.
140.
And I also wonder this, because Carl Wilson knows he's through, whether that natural adrenaline has just coursed out the body a little bit. He hasn't actually, if we're going to be perfectly honest, I know there's a chance he could complete the card.
96.
But with the exception of his game against Adam Leake, he hasn't played anywhere near what we've come to expect of him in recent times. Averages of 76 to beat Zeboom. He's
96.
averaged 79 to get the better of Joe Oldershaw. It's only in that previous game did he really turn it on.
59.
And that's promising because it means that there might be more to come. And if there's a time to find your best darts, it is
140.
when you are coming up against even stiffer opposition. Wayward 4.
80. Kalukar 40.
I'm not sure he quite intended that. He's left himself double 3. Might not matter anyway. Double 10. Now double 5 for Wilson.
Getting shown the
And
third
it is
leg,
rendered
Carl
immaterial, the fact that Bristow is heading due south. Wilson gets a leg, and it's a breaker throw as well, but as far as Bristow is concerned, he won't be bristling too much because he has already booked his place, as we confirmed just a second ago.
Well, you mentioned, and rightly so, about the geography of
60.
ADC Vault events, and I'm sure, having spent time with Scott Mitchell and Trina Gulliver and the likes of Lord Turner in commentary boxes like this, they will tell you about the expansive amounts of travel they had to do to qualify for the BDO World Championship back in the day, traversing the likes of Estonia, Slovenia, Slovakia, Denmark, Selzy.
Need a passport for all of those places.
24.
But no, you're right. Scott Mitchell often talks about the amount of zeros, as in we're into the thousands.
100.
When it comes to travel costs, accommodation costs, just to get yourself a game
83.
on the big stage, on the TV screens. And that is another element in terms of the way the
96.
sport has changed. Ironic that it is Bristow against Wilson. Because back in those days, there was
41.
one, maybe
Calder
two
Car,
tops
140.
big TV tournaments a year. Now we've got so much in the way of opportunity for players. It's brilliant to see.
Well, a dedicated 24-hour TV
56.
channel here on Pluto TV, constantly showing darts, 35 hours on average of live televised darts, 50 weeks of the year.
59. Calder Car, 58.
Well, this to square up at 2-2. Bristow got those 2 legs he needed early on. And Wilson looking to counter-punch.
38.
Cannot find tops or
Jimmy Car,
10s.
160.
Well, Zeboom popped the 160.
128. Calder
That was in
Car,
the first
20.
game of the day. Double 5.
15. Jimmy Car, 32.
It's just starting to get a little bit scratchy, isn't it, on the doubles for Carl Wilson?
Getting
And
shown the
Bristow
fourth
takes
leg,
full
Jimmy
advantage
Bristow.
and puts himself one away from success.
3 for
Looks like
3
Jimmy
on the
through
doubles
first.
for Jimmy Bristow in this game. Whilst for Carl Wilson, just 1 hit from 11 attempts on the outer ring. And although it's not going to change the fact that Carl Wilson is into the second phase of this year's
140.
Global Championship, what it could do is it allow Stuart Dutton the opportunity to intercept him to the top of the group.
86.
And that would mean in terms of the second phase of this year's Global Championship,
97.
theoretically, it would muddy the waters for Wilson just that little bit more. Remember,
134.
the second phase gets underway next Tuesday. They'll be played over an afternoon and evening session, kicking off at 1 and 7 o'clock, respectively. The winner of this particular group will be placed alongside Brian Dawson, Shane Turner and Timothy Verbrew. So you do sense that by winning this group, you do open yourself up for a real opportunity to progress through to the final 8.
107. Calder Car, 141.
Well, Wilson might have to take this if he does have hopes of winning the group. Doesn't get the treble 19.
109. Jimmy Car, 36.
So, double 18 for Bristow. Now double 9. Well, it's a mile away, and it's left him a nightmare of a double. Needs a reset.
32. Calder
Now
Car,
Wilson.
32.
Big opportunity. Oh, he's walking towards it. It's not in. You don't hear game shot, you don't walk.
16.
And he's inside on the
Jimmy
other
Car,
side of
4.
the wire. And now Bristow has an opportunity again, and Wilson might regret that.
It's the Madhouse.
Getting shown in the
And
match,
it's a
Jimmy
4-1
Bristow.
win for Jimmy Bristow. He's going to head through to the second phase, and he's going to head through with a victory over Carl Wilson. A first defeat. He laughs off that instant where he thought the double 16 was in, but it was the wrong side of the wire. Such fine margins, and that could stop him from winning this group, even if it doesn't stop him from making it through to the next stage. So Bristow, 4-1 winner over Carl Wilson. He's through. Next up, Zereso Zeboom takes on Joanne Oldershaw.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is
79.
it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George Skate.
Modus Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Jimmy Bristow has booked his place in the knockout groups here at the ADC Global Championship by virtue of that 4-1 success over Carl Wilson just now. He just needed to pick up a couple of legs to book his place, and he won the whole match. So job done for him, but unfortunately for these two players, the end of the road is in sight. Joanne, Oldershaw yet to taste success. Zereso Zeboom has had opportunities to win games today and has finished quite well on the whole, but hasn't scored particularly proficiently. The asset Paul Nicholson alongside me for this one, and by all accounts, Joanne isn't feeling particularly well today.
100.
Bit of the old cold, the old winter sniffles. And so credit to her for
58.
Sticking with it and turning up here to play, because she was supposed to play county darts at the weekend and pulled out due to feeling not particularly good. So
60.
It's good to see her here and making a fist of it.
She did the right thing.
85.
Sometimes you're going to have to weigh up what you do in your darts calendar, and getting the sniffles or anything like that, it happens. And you have to gauge how you feel and make the right choice. And I think she's conducted herself wonderfully today. There are many players who would go through what she's been through over the last 5 matches and sulk and flap. She hasn't done anything like that. She's conducted herself wonderfully.
121. $58.
Probably her best showing in her last match.
55.
Joanne
Zereso, you
Oldershaw,
require 148.
beaten by Adam Leake. Did take a couple of legs off of him.
82. Joanne, you require 135.
Oh, this would be something. To join the club. That has been the miss today. Not necessarily short and left.
43.
It's been a lot of different
Zereso, you require
lefts.
66.
Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Niall was right.
Zeboom.
Finishing's been all right. But he has been thoroughly outscored by a lot of very good opponents today. And I think what we've seen from Zeboom was very typical of what we saw from him the last time he was on this stage. It was flashy at times,
59.
But there was a lack of consistency.
Some of his outshots have been sweet today.
95.
That was swift, that 66 we just saw. But the 160 to start the day, the 121 earlier on. Found the treble 11, went double 14. So it wasn't a bull 121, which I always feel is slightly more satisfying to the eye. But it was so sharply executed.
85.
And it just makes you wonder where the rest of the game has gone. Because it never really arrived.
29.
That game that you're referencing, he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles. And he outgunned Adam Leake with a 94 plus average. What he needs to try and find out for his darting future is how to do that more often. What did you do in that game that made you play that well?
Joanne, you require 153.
Last two visits, both been below 50 for Zeboom.
$81.
And he's a long way behind in this one.
64. Joanne, you require 72.
At least it's over 50. But it needed to be a lot more.
There's another one of those big fives. She just glances across to the scoreboard and makes the adequate adjustments that leave her double 16.
I was talking about
43.
gameplay in the ladies' game.
Joanne, you require 32.
And tactics. And she got that one spot on.
Game shot on a second.
Perfectly executed for a 1-1 scoreline. Because we have time.
Zereso to throw first.
Here on Pluto TV, we do a lot of micro-analysis. We even go down the route of
58.
Not very many people wear a watch on their throwing arm. She does. The only other two I can recall are Simon Whitlock and Mickey Mansell.
32.
You don't see many people wearing watches on their throwing arm because of the added
59.
discomfort or weight. Well, you're never going to stick a fancy heavy watch on your throwing arm, are you?
82.
What if you need to cock your wrist a little bit? As part of your technique, it's just going to get in the way. You don't see many golfers wearing watches on either of their wrists, apart from Bubba Watson.
There's a lot of the unconventional about Bubba Watson, in all fairness. But what I do find interesting is that perhaps the oldest stager in all of professional darts is a man by the name of Paul Lim, and he wears a compression sleeve or a shirt underneath his dart shirt. The only other person I can think of that does that regularly would be Richie Edhouse. But I am surprised that more players don't go for a long sleeve or some sort of compression wear on their arms. And again, 51. It'll be a comfort thing, a bit like the watch. Or Scott Mitchell, good friend of us here, wears his sweatband, and that's something that he obviously uses. I'm surprised that more people don't follow in Paul Lim's footsteps in that regard.
Yeah, some other players who have done that. Myself, Bradley Brooks, if you can find one that is small enough.
57.
I had the conversation with his mum, actually. I couldn't find one that was small enough. It was almost like a proper T-shirt. Justin Pipe used to wear one,
100.
especially when it was chilly.
At
places like Minehead or Alexandra Palace.
88.
To take the lead.
44.
That'll do. This is the Fallon Sherrick approach to 44. And she thought it was in.
40.
That one almost was.
Zereso, you required 28.
Other side of the board for Zeboom. Now down low and left.
No score. Joanne, you require 4.
Still room there.
Game shot on the third leg.
Utilised to
Joanne
perfection
Oldershaw.
by Joanne Oldershaw, who moves into a 2-1 advantage.
Fourth leg, Joanne to throw first. Game on.
Are there any other things, Niall, that you think dart players could maybe do on a more regular basis
54.
to enhance performance?
Well, we said this earlier on. The fitness element, I think, is huge. Again, it's about what feels right for you, isn't it? I mean, you'll know as a coach as well that it's about encouraging people to do what feels comfortable rather than what feels alien. And for some people, wearing long sleeves
28.
does feel strange, but especially when you're playing what I would call endurance darts, like today, where you are playing all
64.
day, then it might be a horses for courses thing. And Henry Deacon was talking about this a second ago, about picking and choosing your moments, when to get up and
43.
practice, and when to sit down on your table, scroll through social media, or put some
58.
music in and relax. I think it's important. I mean, the game is not just about timing on the oche in matches. It's about timing in general. When you arrive at the venue, when you decide to start throwing practice darts,
45.
it's all about making sure that you're hitting the sweet spot at the right time. And I think there's a lot to be said for that away from the actual playing side of the game.
60.
Timing things well in your preparation.
100%. You could just do what Andreas Harrison does.
41.
Sit in the venue for 3 hours. When you're told to go and do the bullseye with Gary Anderson, win the bull and then give him a nightmare.
133.
Barely through a practice start. That's Andreas finding out what works for him.
Well, there is so much darts now, Nico, that some players decide to do their practice in matches, and there is no substitute for playing
30.
matches.
Zereso, you
You can practice as much as you want. It is different when you're up against an opponent.
58.
And you only need to look at the best players on the planet. Some of them do not practice at all. And they don't just say that in front of the cameras. That is legitimate. They do not practice at all because they play so much match
125.
darts.
Zereso, you
They
require
save
32.
their best stuff. They keep the
Game
powder
shot on the
dry.
fourth leg. Zereso, Zeboom.
And timely about
Fifth leg,
keeping the
Zereso
powder
to
dry
throw
as
first.
Zeboom
Game on.
levels the game.
Some people say they don't practice, but they're lying.
100.
Eric Bristow once said in a documentary about his life, what is the biggest thing you've learned from the game,
21.
Eric? And he said, don't trust anyone.
85.
Now, I don't know how much that was truthful, but I think he was referencing on the oche. He trusted people away from the board,
85.
but on the board, it was a poker table.
100.
In a lot of elite sport, there is grey area. Sometimes people
43.
bring technology into their sport to erase those grey areas. The beauty about this sport is it's either in or it's not.
140.
Yeah.
If you miss, you miss. If you hit, you hit. And that is what makes this sport so gripping and so entertaining.
100%.
45.
2025 will always be the year
Zereso,
that John
you require
Worsley brought a
76.
fan on his neck to the oche.
72.
Genius, in my opinion. If it didn't put off the opponent, then why not? It was a very hot summer. I wouldn't be surprised when it gets a bit chilly if someone was to wear a
70.
scarf around the neck this week.
Zereso, you require 4.
I don't think there's a rule against that. You can only have headwear if it's for religious reasons.
No score.
Well, we were speaking about this earlier. Zeboom's shoes would have certainly turned a few heads back in the day.
100.
Well,
See,
former
Zereso, you
former
require
tournament
4.
director Tommy Cox would have ejected him for those.
well, the era of black trousers still exists, but there
Yeah, I'm
are
sure
a
on the
few that
fifth
push
leg.
the barriers, and that's
Zereso's Zeboom.
pushing its way past those two obstacles into double two. I don't know how he squeezed that
leg,
in, but he
Joanne to
did, and he's gone into a
first.
3-2
Game
lead.
on.
I was going to say, in order to hit double two there, he needed a winch.
Or a witch.
85.
Oldershaw has been more competitive in the last couple of games, but it may just be that she is the
60.
first person in this championship to have a day without points.
$100.
No doubt about it, she has played a little bit better towards the end. To her credit,
60.
because a lot of the ladies' events are very short format and they don't last long. Maybe playing things like events around England
59.
and vault events and championship tour darts has readied her very well for this event, playing 6 games in a day.
140.
Well, one thing I've been saying that I'd like to see more of from Zeboom is 2 treble visits. That's now 3 in this contest.
121.
So that's an improvement. We've seen a couple of 2 treble visits on the big combination finishes, but in the scoring phase, they've just been
59.
non-existent at times, and he's
Joanne,
not
you
given
require
himself the best
136.
chance to lean on that accurate finishing.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
45.
I cannot believe I'm about to say this. But if Oldershaw gets rid of that 91, we're going to have our first
46.
7-leg contest of the day.
Joanne, you require 91.
It's game 19.
$40. Zereso, you require 136.
Shots on. It wasn't for long. What on
83.
earth was he doing there?
Joanne, you require 51.
Oh, no.
No score.
It might not be
Zereso, you require 53.
7 legs after all. Zeboom with a silly dart, but now he needs a good one.
33. Joanne,
Is
you
she
require
going to persevere
51.
with the 19? Yeah. Why not? Take us all the way, Joanne.
35. Zereso, you require 20.
We might still go all the way, but not
Game
anymore.
shot and a match.
Zeboom gets
Zeboom.
it done, and unfortunately for Joanne Oldershaw, she bows out of the ADC Global Championship without a victory. Zeboom, in the end, will also follow her, not just off the oche, but out of the tournament, although he does wrap things up with a victory. He takes it by 4 legs to 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome to the penultimate game of Day 4 at the ADC Global Championship. And it's going to be yet another Ashes match between the two tallest players in the group. Stuart Dutton is already safe and into stage 2. As for Adam Leake, well, you can't miss him. That has been maybe the shirt of the tournament so far. It's going to take one heck of an effort to top
First
it.
leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
But if he wants to finish on 8 points by the end of the day, he's going to have to take Dutton out, Henry.
Just like in the game a couple of matches ago between Bristow and Poulsen, 2 legs is enough for Leake to make it through to the second phase of the competition. For Stuart Dutton, he's already safely through to next week's action, but depending on how
44.
he does here and how Carl Wilson does in the final game of the session will dictate in which position, which will dictate which group he's in when it comes to the
59.
early embers of next week.
If Leake plays the way he did
140.
at the end of his previous game, Dutton has got a handful. Because make no mistake, Joanne Oldershaw had Leake in bother, but his response, you couldn't ask for much more.
I also get the sense if Adam Leake can get those couple of legs that he needs, we'll see a much better version of him next week. Because it just felt a little bit nervy, a little bit edgy at times today. Kind of the
27.
antithesis of what we saw from him in his Modus Super Series appearance at the end of Series 12. Well, he only needs 2 legs to go through. He may well get the break in leg 1.
Never been a fan of that phrase.
180.
When someone goes out onto the boards, break a leg. Well, in darts, it's a wonderful thing. Oh, no, that is not a wonderful thing at all. Fair play to Stu Dutton because that 180 that he's just hit,
41.
that put Leake under so much pressure to get that 81 away.
Well, as our mate Chris Mason would say, he chased the treble and paid the price. Is he going to pay a big price?
30.
Well, Dutton and Double 10
Adam, you require 40.
rekindle their love-hate relationship.
Leake is licking his chops.
Game shot on the
And now
first
he's only
leg.
1 away.
Adam Leake.
It's got a nice ring to this game, isn't it?
Second leg, Adam to throw
The man
first.
from the city of churches
Game
against
on.
Lurch. And it feels like the pressure's already lifted. He's still got more to do.
134.
He strikes me as the kind of player that really needs to get good starts to feel more relaxed.
Well, he's beaming from ear to ear right
59.
now.
From leaf to leaf. Well, one thing's for sure, if you do buy leeks organically, deep down,
97.
they're a bit dirty inside. That's why you've got to cut them open and wash them. And deep down, Adam Leek is gritty.
All I'm saying is I'm glad I don't have to do an
27.
interview with a pair stood in the middle of them after this one.
It's a bit like you standing in between those big towers in
140.
is it Taiwan? It might be in Malaysia. Is it the Petronas Towers?
Yes, in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
100. Adam, you require 130.
Well, this is to guarantee of his place into Phase 2 of this year's Global Championship. Doesn't have to chase the bull if he doesn't want to. He's not going to contemplate it. Very sensible
56.
play. And he's on the cusp here of joining Dutton, Wilson and Bristow into a bestowed Phase 2 position.
125. Adam,
Even
you
that
require
shot
74.
can't get Dutton to a finish. To his credit, he's put himself in a wonderful position.
58.
Job's not done yet, but the job is slightly easier next time.
$100.
Well, finds a ton to leave himself on a
Adam, you
2
require
darter,
16.
but Adam Leek heads back to the table knowing that these pair of 8s will see him into Phase 2. Double 4. Well,
Game's
that
on the
confirms
second.
Adam Leek's place
Adam
into
Leek.
the second phase. You know the 4 players through now from Group 4.
Third
Adam
Stuart
Leek,
to throw first.
who has
Game on.
another smile to the camera. Stuart Dutton, that man in your picture there. Carl Wilson and Jimmy Bristow. They'll all be back at
140.
some point next week playing for the big one in January.
I'm sure everybody back in Australia is very proud of what Adam's accomplished today. Even Brandon Wheeling yesterday, who was very magnanimous
140.
when not making the top 4. So there will be representation from Oceania in the next phase of the tournament.
180.
I can imagine for the rest of today and next week there being a lot of, well, what can only be described as cricket banter.
100.
Mainly because it's going to last more than 2 days this time, Nico. Mind you, where do you stand on the whole Ashes thing with England and Australia?
Moving swiftly on.
90.
Don't poke at that bear.
$60. Stuart, you require 91.
74 left this time for Dutton. And he can't find the 42.
51.
Really tidy leg and throw. Tops left after 12.
59.
And it'd be interesting to
Stuart,
see
you require
how Adam
40.
Leek reacts. 'Cause I think he'll know about the 2 legs needing him to go through. And I just wonder whether, if he does know that, whether we'll just see a sudden crash in energy knowing that he's done what he's
Game
had
shot
to
on the
achieve.
third
Dutton
leg.
finds the
Stuart
5s to
Dutton.
reduce the deficit back down to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Adam to throw first.
Maintain
Game on.
intensity. Sometimes when you've accomplished something and you go back to the practice room and you have to return, that's a difficult situation. But in game, it's easier to maintain that
Nice
adrenaline
ball.
level because there's still more to do immediately. You don't have that time for it to crash.
And for as good as Adam Leek is, same thing has to be said about a lack of experience at this level. These are all new things for him. And new feelings, new emotions he's going to have to deal with.
And hopefully next week, another shirt.
180.
I mean, I know this might be some sort of signature shirt, but if there's more in the fridge, we want to see it.
Well, I can tell you this shirt was
140.
specifically driven 3 hours down from the Midlands to Portsmouth yesterday, hand-delivered to him so he could wear it.
Times have changed.
58.
Used to be a time where if you wanted a dart shirt, it would take about 6 to 8 weeks. Now, dart players get things hand-delivered.
Yeah, but he had to pay for
133.
PP and P because he had to pay for postage, packaging and parking.
Well, it was worth it. That shirt has brought an awfully big smile to a lot of people's faces, including his own today.
68.
He's going to be smiling if he can
Stuart,
get a look at the 110 he's just left. Now, what does he want to do? That's leaning left. He's going to have to go treble 14. He can't get that in another bull. See?
92.
It's worked out pretty well. But if you wanted to take that out, he's more likely to get it with the treble 14 and tops.
90 left, treble 18. Well, he's decided to persevere because he likes double 15 so much, has to move down.
50.
And I'd run and get that, Adam, if I were you.
Stuart, you require 40.
That was moving while in the board.
Don't want to be caught run out.
Game showing a 4.
Well, Dutton's stoked about that,
Stuart
isn't he?
Dutton. Fifth leg, Stuart to Faro
And to be
first.
fair,
Game on.
leaks do come from a root.
Yes, it is a root vegetable.
100.
To be honest, he's probably completely unaware as to what's happened in the cricket this morning.
Do you know what? I think he's heard every single leak joke
134.
across the world. You tell him one, he'll just roll his eyes. Yeah, I've heard it all before. It's a bit like when we had Ricardo Ham here yesterday.
140.
By the way, if anybody wants to get a better quiff than the leak on his shirt, they'd be doing a bang-up job.
100.
Could have the quiff here next year, Jim Williams.
Hasn't even got the best quiff in darts. Not anymore.
180.
We haven't been short of those today, and we shouldn't forget how many 180s Leak had in his previous game. He had 6.
100.
6 in 6 legs.
Stuart, you require 81.
Are we going to get a game that goes 7 legs today? We haven't had one yet. The previous game should have. Well, this one has got a bull finish
Stuart Dutton.
from Lurch.
Sixth leg, Adam to Faro first.
Well, what a quality riposte this has been from Dutton. 15, 15, 12 and 2-0 behind. Well, it's one of those contests where everyone will be a winner if Dutton was to go on and prevail, because he'll get the 2 points. Leak would have got his place through by picking up those couple of legs.
If he wants to finish top
60.
of the group, Dutton will feel like he's got to win this game. Now, if he wins by 4 legs to 2, he will go to plus 12 and 10 points. Meaning that Wilson, without looking at legs 1, he would have to win 4-0 against ISP to top the table.
You mentioned Wilson. I actually had a little look on social media and you and Niall in commentary, and I saw a comment from somebody saying that Adam Leak looks like Jim from Friday Night Dinner.
134.
I think he looks like Salvador Dali.
60. Adam, you require 167.
And he probably has no idea what we're on about.
$59.
I can imagine that if he was to go to a quiz, his specialist subject would probably be neighbours.
100. Adam, you require 108.
I wonder if he knows what suburb of Melbourne Ramsey Street was in. Does he know how to get 108? Well, he knows how, he just didn't do it.
92.
Well, this would be some way to seal it. 1-4-1 for Dutton to complete a 4-2 victory. Wide with dart 1, and so I haven't seen a game yet today. Go the
44.
Full quota of 7 legs. Are we about to breach it for the first time? 88 for Adam Leak. And to the last we do head. Dutton 3, Leak 3, and we have a last leg decider for the first time on this Thursday.
Final leg, Stuart to Faro first. Game on.
Inconceivable, wasn't it? that we'd have 21 games on
96.
Thursday and nothing goes 4-3. Which means when we come back tomorrow, there's going to be a stack of them.
$96.
Some really interesting names in tomorrow as well. Chaz Barstow. He's going to contend.
99.
Wesley Van Tripe. Jack Tweddle, the #1 ranked player in the ADC UK rankings. Michael Huntley. And I suppose headlining is Jeff Smith.
125.
Now, I've had it on good authority that Wesley Van Tripe may be rather lively in the practice room. He likes a good little chit-chat like his twin brother Danny.
Is he as chatty as Marvin Van
96.
Velsen, who was in last year's tournament?
Put it this way, you wouldn't want to have been in a practice room with him and Cam Crabtree at the same time. Wouldn't get a word in edgeways.
95.
Has he still got his moustache?
I hope not. It's a terrible attempt at facial furniture.
It's better than Adams.
140.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'd probably pay money for them to shave it off. Anyway, Dutton for the match. Look at 70. And his campaign with 2 points, and it may well be good enough to see him top the
105.
group.
Stuart, you require 70.
Well, it's been a bit of a bruising battle between the pair, but double
Game
eight
shot
seals
and
the
a
points
match.
to Stuart Dutton.
Dutton.
14 Darter in the last to get over the line. Winning legs in that one of 15, 15, 12 and 14. It was a decent performance that for Stuart Dutton, averaging 95.19. Leake himself averaging 94.5 in that contest and finding himself on the wrong side of the scoreline, but he got the 2 legs crucially that he needed to make it through. So one final game then on this Thursday session, and it sees even Springborg Poulsen take on Carl Wilson.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. He's Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion,
Jeff Smith!
This is the last game, but don't worry, there's going to be more tomorrow. Pluto TV will continue to show live coverage of the ADC Global Championship tomorrow for Group 5. We'll give you a reminder in a second of who's coming up tomorrow. But as for now, not everything has been decided. We need to figure out who tops this group. 4 players have progressed from the 7 today. Adam Leake is through, and we know that he's going to be finishing 4th in this table, which means
First leg,
next week,
first. Game on.
in group number 2, he's going to be with Callum Goffin, Tom Sykes, and Peter Wachuri. That's going to be fun.
60.
For double round robin, where only one will progress through to later in the tournament. But
60.
Carl Wilson, Nell McCorn, he can still win this group. But to overtake Stuart Dutton, he is going to have to win
54.
by 4 legs to 1 to do it on leg difference.
$140.
How much energy is there left in the Wilson tank?
$100.
Hopefully enough to get that job done, as you say. But for Springborg Poulsen, it's been an interesting day, hasn't it? Because there have been flashes of absolute excellence.
95.
It's just the consistency, perhaps not quite there. He's hit a number of maximums. He's hit a 170. First
81.
we've seen. Only we've seen of the ADC Global Championship.
We've got 2 throws here on the Oki that
140.
are showing a lot of moving parts. That right shoulder is a bit jerky for ISP.
60. Carl, you require 66.
Probably a symptom of throwing upwards, being not as tall as some of the other players.
34.
He's been robbed on double 16 once again, just like the end of his previous match. And what is ISP doing again? You just get the feeling that he was going to get to double 16 there.
132. Carl, you require 32.
Double 16 is what Wilson gets. And he gets the 1-0 lead.
Second leg,
but on
Carl
Springborg Poulsen,
game on.
We don't have the data, but I'd be fascinated to see how many times he's got the first dart in the treble on a combination finish. He's not taken all of them today, but he's taken enough. He missed the bullseye for a 170 earlier today, then went on to take it out in a later match. But as you say, it just feels like that first dart is always on the mark in those combination finishes today.
Yeah, he could have had a third as well. And when you see someone getting the first treble of a big combination from the back of the stage,
100.
You go into this motion of holding your breath as if to say, oh, what's going to happen next? So he's made his opponents think a lot today. Now, there's no defense in this game. That is the modern consensus. But the perceived only defense is showing your opponent what you're doing and making them feel different. That's what ISP's tried to do today via really good first start shooting. He's made his opponents think he's going to take something out. And in turn, that can
58.
disrupt thought processes.
$180. Carl,
And
you require
the timing from ISP has been decent as well.
76.
No second double 16.
Ivan,
This
you
time at the end of a
61.
108 for Poulsen it would have been.
Game
Oh,
show on the
nice.
second leg.
Good from
Ivan
ISP this
Springborg
time.
Poulsen.
A level game.
Third leg, Ivan to Faro first. Game on.
Well, you mentioned Poulsen and what he needs to go top of the group. That equation has become even clearer now
55.
that Springborg Poulsen has taken a leg.
Got to be faultless from here. That should be a max. I'm amazed that it wasn't. The way his darts land in the board and the way they fly, very flat. But what he found there was the little gap between the barrels, and it just sat in between.
This might be the most obvious thing to say ever, but we've been talking all day about the tri-winged flight rather than
100.
the four-pronged version. There is less to hit when there's only 3 fletchings on the flight.
One thing I will say about the 3-pronged flight
105.
is that the tunnels that you can use to nestle the darts together are wider.
140.
Absolutely. There's less
Oh, you're
surface
quite
area to
116.
strike when you're throwing in. Especially with those all-in-one systems, deflections can sometimes increase. What about increasing your lead?
76. Ivan, you require 66.
He was 1-0 up, and then Springborg Poulsen pulled it back to 1 apiece, and now he might edge his way in front. With
Game
tops
shot on the
again,
third
and he
leg.
does it again.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen. Fourth leg, Carl to Faro first.
He's got a
Game
somewhat
on.
menacing look on his face, as if to say, I will not leave this place without another win. He could equalise Adam Leake on 6 points, but the leg difference has always been a problem.
100. $41. $93. $60. $90.
Day 5 of the ADC Global Championship tomorrow, of course. Every dart live and
54.
free here on Pluto TV. Jeff Smith, Wesley Van Tripe, Chaz Barstow. Just some of the names
64.
involved in the group of 7.
$26.
Well,
Carl, you
Springborg
require
Poulsen's finishing has been
154.
good. And by virtue of the fact that he's 2-1 up here, regardless of what Poulsen does from now on, he will not be able to
54.
make it to the top of the group because he's lost 2 legs in this one. He needed to win 4-0 or 4-1 to cement himself as top of the group.
60.
He's not able to do that now,
Carl, you
but
require
he'll still want to
100.
finish with a win.
That 4-1 loss to Bristow has actually cost him in more
Game
ways
shot
than
on the
one.
fourth leg.
It's 2-2
Poulsen.
though. He can still leave with a win himself.
Fifth leg, Ivan
Most
to
legs
Faro
that
first. Game on.
Carl can win today is 21. Stuart Dutton's already won 22.
60.
That was our 16th ton plus finish. Wilson's second, and second score of 100 exactly.
59.
Any thoughts on the dart shirt idea for Poulsen having some volleyballs on there? A bit like Adam Leake's leaky shirt.
100.
Well, I think it would be a market improvement on what he's currently
98.
got, which to me looks like some snide Italian supercar manufacturer merchandise from a dodgy market somewhere,
55.
unfortunately.
He likes wearing the Kent colours. That's a very proud darting county. They've had some great players over the years.
He looks a little bit like a cricket ball. A bit of white stitching on there.
85.
They do make cricket balls in that part of the world.
It's the Garden of England, isn't it, Kent?
100.
That's where they grow willow trees as well to make the bats from.
Indeed, they do. Got some very fine wineries as well.
60. Carl, you require
He'll know this.
110.
Very cultured human being is Carl. And you have to be living in Tunbridge Wells.
Royal Tunbridge Wells.
45.
Rather aggressive deflection.
Ivan, you require
Thrown
141.
for the middle of the board again. Now, surely he's not going to treat us to another. He is.
139.
Oh, two trebles.
Carl, you require 65.
Taking a chunk out of the 141, and he's left himself double one. Wanted 25, not bull, so it's just one shot. And he only needs one shot.
Leg. Carl Wilson.
And it's a sweet shot as well for Wilson. 3-2.
Sixth flag, Carl to throw first. Game on.
But yet again, an example of Springborg Poulsen going one dart into a combination finish. He always seems to find the treble 20 with his first dart when he's on a ton plus.
100.
Ultimately, it doesn't count for much unless you finish the combination, but still.
There was a time when nobody left
38.
double one when they had 62 left. It feels like that's something that Michael van Gerwen started when he had that famous 10 darter on the Pro Tour of 180,
57.
139, 180 double one. Everybody took notice and said, ooh, that's flashy. Let's do that.
100.
It's not for everyone.
A very popular practice game is, of course, 1-2-1, where you work your way up through
96.
the 120s and above, I suppose. In terms of combination finishes, there are many different ways to go out on 1-2-1, but treble 7 bull is a new one
97.
that we've seen creep in to certain players' arsenals.
Yeah, that's due to both Michaels, Smith and Van Gerwen.
180.
The end of this one is nigh. Don't go 20s. And you shouldn't have gone 20s on dart number 2.
59.
Turns out, Ivan, that was
Carl, you
terrible.
require 68. $28.
The match will have to wait, but he has the luxury of waiting because not for the first time today, the Dane didn't get his tactics right
99.
on the approach.
Carl, you require 40.
Double 10.
30.
He's
Ivan, you
stuttering.
require 108.
Combination shot. This time he doesn't get the treble to start. And he doesn't get the treble he needs to get to the end.
52. Carl, you require
This is a
10.
tricky double for Carl. That's why he's splitting it. This
6.
game is still alive.
Ivan, you require 56.
So's this outshot. But it's just one dart.
16.
He can't pin the tops. So more opportunities
Carl,
for
you
Wilson to
require
win it.
4.
Does he win it this time?
Game shot.
That's a wonderful
match,
shot from
Carl
Carl Wilson. He ends his day with a smile. Unfortunately for Ivan Springborg Poulsen, he's given us some highlights today, especially the 170 finish. This is the game we've just seen. Wilson outclassed the Dane by 7 points in the averages. He had plenty of darts at double. As for Ivan, he did not. He only had 3. But 4 legs to 2 for Wilson. He goes through, and it's time to go to Henry Deacon for the rest of the show.
Now, Nico, thank you very much. So the fourth group of this year's ADC Global Championship has come to a close. 21 matches have been and gone, and this a snapshot of what we have seen. These are the last 7 games. Carl Wilson getting the better of even Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 2. Adam Lee got the couple of legs he needed to get through when he lost 4-3 to Stuart Dutton. Jimmy Bristow got the better of Carl Wilson, sure that he's going to go through. Stuart Dutton's also going to be there. We can confirm the league table now. Then these are the 4 players that will be advancing through to the next stage. Stuart Dutton has won the group. In fact, today, the first day where nobody completed the card. Him and Carl Wilson, well, they were identical on points, identical on legs difference, but it was that extra leg that Stuart Dutton won on the day, which means that he is top of the group. So Jimmy Bristow and Adam Lee, the other 2 players to make it through, whilst tomorrow we're going to see a Super Series champion from 2025 in action in Jess Smith. He headlines proceedings alongside Chaz Barstow. Wesley Van Truyt, the twin brother of Danny, is also going to be in action. Jack Tweddle had a fantastic year on the ADC circuit. That's going to be live tomorrow morning. And don't forget, on this Friday, it's a 9:30 start. So this is what's coming up on the interim between now and then on Pluto TV. We got the Champions Tour with Devon Peterson. That's coming up next. Then that's followed by Luke Humphreys at the Live Lounge. Group 5 of the Global Championship will get underway for 9:30 tomorrow AM. Jess Smith will be hoping to add the Global Championship to his Super Series crown, and they're all playing for a place through at the Grand Final on Sunday, the 4th of January. That'll be in the afternoon. But that's it from us. We'll be back tomorrow morning for 9:30 to see which 4 will make it through Group 5. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Graham Hall! The silencer, Jeff Smith!
People were cheering.
James up.
That is special.
It's top sight! Level warrior, Devon Peterson!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator,